Welcome one and all to episode 177 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and, as far as I'm aware, potentially around the world as Look Out Sir. My name's Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I am about to say hello to my special friend, Philip. How you doing, Phil?
Well, good, thank you. And I hope everyone listening is also having a good time.
It is a fine time to be alive. Not that I would really know much about any other times, other than the ones, I suppose, rose-tinted in the past. Everything seems better when you look back at it. Probably explains my generous appraisal of 5th edition in the last episode, potentially.
Quite likely.
Quite likely. But you've been keeping well, Phil. You doing okay? What's been going on with you?
Doing okay. Mostly busy with work, but I've managed to make a start on painting up some Glaive Wraith Stalkers. But before I did that, I managed to slice my thumb with a hobby knife. A rookie error. So yeah, it's doing okay, but it was quite deep, I must say.
Cut away from yourself, people. Cut away. Don't be like Phil. But unlike your terrible knife safety, Phil, what spectacular things are we talking about in episode 177?
Things that won't involve Blood for the Blood Gods. We're going to be talking about Golden Demon, a little chit-chat about the results, how the event went from the outside observer's perspective, I guess, because obviously neither of us were there. And, in addition, we're going to be getting on the hype train, because obviously Age of Sigmar 4 is due to come into our lives ever so soon. So we're going to talk about what Games Workshop has revealed so far and give some hot takes. I was going to say spicy takes, but, we save that for the Golden Demon stuff.
Absolutely. We also chuck in a bit of general 40k chat into the outro, but truth be told, it's a very slow week for the Warhammer 40,000s. So, we figured we'd, settle for the hot topic, that being Age of Sigmar 4. It feels like everyone and their mother are talking about it at the moment, which is super exciting, but not nearly as exciting as the 5-star review.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
All right then, Phil. As you are aware, we love to make this seemingly, self-promoting segment even more tedious by having you make a prediction. So, in the tradition of things, give us your prediction. Where does this week's 5-star review come from, Phil?
I'm going to play it safe and just go Apple Podcasts of the UK.
You're quite wrong, Phil. You fool. You absolute ninny. No, this week's 5-star review comes by way of Facebook. Ooh.
Oh, mixing it up.
Absolutely. We do well, Phil, on the Facebooks. I assume. I don't really know how true that is. Do you use Facebook anymore in your private life, Phil?
I weirdly only to go on Warhammer 40k or Age of Sigmar, Warhammer-related groups, basically, because it feels like everything that was on the internet has now moved over in terms of chat rooms and stuff, or forum threads has moved on to Facebook. So that's the only reason why. Basically, don't post anything on there, really. Don't really catch up with friends on there. So, no, basically. And to make matters worse, all of those things that were accessible and searchable via Google are now locked behind Facebook. So, actually, I think having those groups on Facebook is actually a detriment on the whole, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
I understand. Well, there we go. Good encouragement for everyone out there to get on Facebook and leave us 5-star reviews, for sure. I actually joined that group that you referenced the other day where you said that they randomly were promoting Look Out Sir. I think it was Dads of
Warhammer? Yeah, I think that's
Warhammer.
the one. Yeah.
I joined that group. Part of the questionnaire was you had to tell them about your kids, and I don't have any kids, so I had to make up a kid.
You lied.
I lied. I created a kid. I created a kid for the sake of the application, and they accepted.
Fair enough.
So there you go.
Oh.
And then I got to, see the people commenting about how much they enjoyed Look Out Sir. And then I, removed myself from the group because, the guilt of the lie weighed so heavily on me. No, I'm still a member.
Enough.
I haven't removed myself. I assume their admins, upon listening to this, will either decide to give me an honourable, entry based on my aspirations to one day parent, or take pity on me, one way or the other. We'll see. We'll see what they decide to do with that.
That's fair enough.
The ball's firmly in their court, but it seemed like a lovely group, and they said nice things about us, so it was worth joining. Anyway, I'll tell you what's also worth joining, Phil. Hey.
Ooh.
What would you imagine?
Our Patreon.
Hey, there you go. We have a Patreon, everybody. So if you're not content with leaving us 5-star reviews here in the 5-star review segment, which is, of course, a prerequisite of appearing, we would obviously love it if you did leave us 5-star reviews. That's always awesome. You can do so on Facebook. You can do so on iTunes podcast thing, and also Audible. So, why not? There are also other places where you can do it, but those are seemingly the only free that we meaningfully pay attention to. But yes, Patreon, that's the bestest place to go. Despite my empty promises about doing things that we've never done on it, I'm aware I'm long overdue producing a video outlining the making of. But, we do our best at the end of the day. You love to support us just for the production of this, the regular podcast, and we thank you for it. Massive thank you to all our patrons, and if you could join their illustrious ranks, we'd encourage you to do so, and are doing so now. But yeah, ultimately, Patreon's cool, and we appreciate all the people out there supporting us on it, and hope that maybe you, dear listener, may decide to join them, or not. We don't want to pressure you one way or the other. We're going to keep doing it regardless, aren't we, Phil? Because we're loons.
Exactly. To our dying days.
Absolutely, which I fear may come sooner than I expect. But, for now, I think I've still got a good 5 years left in me.
Well, that's good.
I do.
Enough to see out another edition of 40k.
Oh, my God, another 2 editions of 40k. That churn, by the way. Anyway, let's not get into that. We could talk about that in the outro or whatever. So that's that. There's also merchandise, but you know about that. Let's get into 5-star review. All of the stuff's in the description. Check it out. Indulge yourself or don't. It's totally up to you. So this 5-star review comes by way of Jonathan, who, Phil, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear, has left us a link to their Instagram. Ooh. And their Instagram reads ghosts_of_racks.
Oh.
Or Vrax.
Interesting.
Vrax or Racks is Vraks.
Vrax, yeah. As in Krieg, yeah. Vrax, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So we'll go check that out in its own little segment. But yeah, this reads from Jonathan via Facebook. Mandatory 5 stars for Dan. Can't recommend these lands enough. Listener since day one after Phil shared it on the DKOK page, and they've become a staple of my daily commute since then. These gents break away from the competitive focus seen with other podcasts and bring a genuine love of the hobby and lore. Both Phil and Dan are also active members of the community and generally great lads to talk shop with. As offered in recent episodes, shameless plug, Ghosts of Racks on Instagram. And we're going to go and subscribe to that, and we are going to wax lyrical about it in the outro. Just for my own sanity. There we go. This individual was posted in the last week, Phil, so that implies they're still alive. Yay!
Huzzah!
Well done on your ongoing existence. Cheers very much, Jonathan, for the 5-star review. You are the best of us. But to elaborate on that further, it's only Phil.
Well, thank you, Jonathan, for the kind words. Obviously, you met us through the DKOK group, which is the Death Korps of Krieg Facebook group. So once again, showing the importance of the Warhammer hobby over on the Facebook page. Looking forward to seeing what you've got on your Instagram. And was it you, Dan, that only got the 5-star? I didn't get it at all. Is that right?
No, I mean, yeah, you kind of threw that in as a mandatory thing for me specifically. I think it's to do with the forceful nature in which I, deliver the information, I guess.
That's fine, but I'm remembering that, Jonathan. If our paths cross, I will make a note. Thank you very much, though, all the same.
Indeed. You are a scholar and a saint. And now that that's done, we will transition via a noise. God, I'm almost choking. Oh, dear. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this part of the podcast where we are going to talk about Age of Sigmar 4. Ooh, baby. Context. Today is Thursday, the 4th of April. So if anything super exciting happens on Friday, the 5th of April, or thereafter, we're not going to talk about it because we don't know about it. But what we do know about is everything that they've said up until Thursday, the 4th of April. So we will talk about all the various things that are happening there. So Age of Sigmar 4, Phil, I mean, what's the initial impression? You feeling it? You happy? You excited?
Still, I won't say intrepid, but I think I'm using the word wrong. Cautiously optimistic, I would say. From when the trailer came out, I was like, ooh, to when they talked about some of the rules, I'm like, ugh. And today, when they said they're getting rid of a load of models, I'm like, ugh. But potentially all for the good once we get round to it. But yeah, there's some stuff that isn't great to start off with, but hopefully we'll get through that, and the edition will be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, let's start with them getting rid of miniatures, because them getting rid of miniatures is always interesting. I'm certainly not going to sit here and apologize for Games Workshop. I think at the end of the day, there are plenty of people that choose to do that. I'm certainly not one of those. This is a situation of their own creation. And ultimately, I think at the end of the day, I do feel for people who are having to deal with the fact that they are having their miniature range that they've collected, invested in, discontinued. This is not the first time it's happened. It's certainly not going to be the last. I think it definitely creates a very interesting set of circumstances that we need to be mindful of ever more consistently as a community of Games Workshop consumers, but also just war gamers, that, nothing is sacred and anything can change at any moment. But all of that being said, and accepting that it is incredibly upsetting and frustrating when miniatures that people have invested a lot of time, effort, and energy into are being discontinued, this is being handled a lot better than how they did it with 40k. I think they've taken some learnings. I don't think it is good, but compared to the way they did it with 40k, I feel like there is at least some signs of improvement in terms of how they manage this.
Yes, no, I think you're right. So in terms of what they said, they've given us a big long list of explicitly what's leaving. But as far as I'm aware, this is all of them. They've done it in one fell swoop. It wasn't like the 40k 10th edition one where they spread it out over an entire week pretty much and went faction by faction very slowly. All of this stuff is still valid up until... And I say by valid, I mean for tournament play up until the middle of next year. So you get an entire year of it being sort of tournament match play compatible. And after that, it goes to Legends. Whereas with 10th edition, it was like, it's just in Legends now. You have to deal with it. And I think there'll be an interesting conversation to have with a bit of speculation in terms of how well that really gets supported. So just today, I was trying to build my army list for 40k, for example. And if I want to try and add in some of those Legends units, I can't use the official Warhammer 40k app to do that because they're still not in there. And some of the units in my army, such as my Krieg engineers, actually still don't have rules. They've just sort of slipped through the gap somehow. They don't have Legends rules. They don't have official rules. They just don't have anything. So stuff like that can happen, and that's pretty rubbish to be on the receiving end. So stuff like that could inform what might happen to the AOS stuff. I assume there'll be a new AOS app coming out. If the Legends units appear and get full support in the app, so you can use them in the army builder, that would be fantastic, because I feel like that's one of the biggest downsides to the 40k one at the moment. But overall, as you were saying, they've handled it much better. It's still a bit rubbish to be on the receiving end if one of your armies or even a couple of your units are on the list. But they have overall handled it better than the 40k one.
Yeah, and they are saying, and I don't think this is true, but they are saying that they're going to continue to support these ranges with necessary balance updates all the way through this edition. I strongly suspect that won't be the case, but they're saying it, so I guess for now we will take them at their word. But I mean, Games Workshop. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, well, balance basically means so everyone's getting a new unit like War Scroll, right? Because it's an index, so you'll get that, and then balance just really means points changes, which they have done for even the Legends units for 40k. So you can assume that they will update them there. If something is hideously broken, will they update the War Scroll itself? Probably not, because it's very rare that they do that in AOS and 40k, but they could do. The balance sort of updates do sometimes tweak specific things on War Scrolls. So the last MetaWatch balance data slate update, we had ranges of weapons, for example, was the most obvious one to boost the range of certain weapon profiles. So it can happen. But as you say, I imagine the stuff that they know is going to go out, they will release the War Scroll. Then maybe update the points if needed, but otherwise they won't really change it in the next year.
Yeah, I think the stuff that's gone outside of some instances, but the stuff that's gone, like, for example, the Bone Splitters, or rather the Savage Orcs,
no, they are Bone Splitters, yeah.
Yeah, I was just adding some additional context for people who maybe didn't know that's what they were called. Those guys are no longer part of the Auric War Clans. They are being discontinued. It's going to be interesting because that is probably an early indication of what's happening with Auric War Clans. So Auric War Clans, for those uninitiated into Warhammer Age of Sigmar, basically there were 3 different flavors of Auric or Orc. And they all came together in Auric War Clans. There were Iron Jaws, Cruel Boys, and Bone Splitters. But now with the removal of Bone Splitters, it seems logical now that Cruel Boys and Iron Jaws will become their own factions with their own separate Battle Scroll, War Tome, book, Codex.
Battle Tomes. Yeah.
Battle Tomes, that's the word I can find.
Definitely, especially if they get another wave of like miniature releases, because I think the Cruel Boys are still lacking somewhat, but yeah, if they do another wave of miniatures to sort of flesh out the armies, it would make more sense to have them as individual battle tomes for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was interesting is, so some of them, they specifically said this army, like the Beastmen, is going to the Old World, whereas they haven't said that with the Bone Splitters. But
I thought they had said that with the Bone Splitters. I thought they were quite prescriptive with that, but maybe I'm
it wasn't specifically in the paragraph relating to the Bone Splitters, but they might have said it at the very top, potentially.
Yeah. I might be wrong on that assertion, but yeah, you can definitely... A lot of people have been buying Bone Splitter minis to use in their orc armies in Old World. So I suspect that there will be plenty of people with Bone Splitters running them in Old World regardless. I mean, what's interesting in the case of the Bone Splitters is obviously as well that they're getting rid of one of the war bands from Underworlds as well. Obviously, that was an inevitability because ultimately, the Savage Orcs as a whole are being removed from the setting. So Headcracker's Mad Mob is being removed from Age of Sigmar. Obviously, that will still be usable in Underworld, but it's intriguing because I believe that Mad Mob wasn't crazy old as a release. It felt
all of those sort of Underworld war bands at most have got to be like 4, maybe 5 years old tops.
Yeah,
can't be much more than that. All the Underworld stuff's relatively recent, and again that affects the Slave to Darkness range as well, where a bunch of both actually Warcry, I think. Is there any Underworlds ones in there? No, I think it's all Warcry war bands.
No, there's Underworlds in there as well. Karaga's Ravagers, that's definitely Underworlds.
Yes, yeah, that was the one that actually weirdly Richard managed to find recently. Yeah, that's an Underworld one, but I think the rest are Warcry. And that was an interesting thing. I mean, I've been saying it for months, literally, like the ever increasing amount of Warcry and Underworld's warbands is fantastic for the game of Age of Sigmar, but does lead to bloat in the codexes, and that eventually the number of units will just be overwhelmed by being predominantly Warcry and Underworld's warbands. And I was like, what are they going to do about it? And here is the answer. They're just going to take them out of the game, which is a bit rubbish, I think. Some of these, as we said, are only a couple of years old. I'm literally painting as we speak, well, not physically right now, but this week, the Nighthaunt, the Headman Curse ones, which is an Underworld warband that came out this year, or a couple of months ago, late last year maybe. And it's like, oh, am I only ever going to play this for, like, let's say 2-3 years tops, and then it will just get rotated out of the battle tome, which is a bit rubbish. And I think this just makes consumers consumers are going to lose, not necessarily faith, but definitely trust in Games Workshop, and need to be a bit more cautious with their purchases going forwards. Would I have bought that Underworld warband knowing that it's only playable for a couple of years and not on average, let's say 10 years, which is normally what you would get out of a miniature range, or 20 or longer in some cases? So that's something to bear in mind, I think, when people are buying stuff now. And it's not necessarily a good look for Games Workshop, but obviously there's loads of reasons why they probably had to make these decisions.
I mean, I sound like the worst kind of GW apologist when I say this, though, but I think in the case of some of those Underworld warbands or gangs or whatever they're called, there are ways that you can still incorporate those miniatures into your games. Yes, if they removed all of those as warbands, it's frustrating, but a lot of those miniatures still have compatibility within your army. Not all, but you can work them in. I mean, if you look at that particular one that you're talking about, it's a bunch of Nighthaunts, right? Like, you can sprinkle those into your existing units. I don't appreciate it. I don't think it's the thing that they should have done, but it's not like the physical artifact that you have purchased isn't still something that you can put down on the tabletop to represent a thing. It's just not ideal. It's incredibly suboptimal, to be fair.
I agree with you. There's definitely some units that are basically just nice variants of existing units, and maybe that's the way we need to look at it. A bit like sometimes you'll get a trading card and you'll get a unique artwork on a trading card, but the trading card it represents is one that is generic that you could get hold of anyway. These are alternative sculpts for existing units in your game. So a lot of those chaos ones could just be like Chaos Cultists, for example. And yes, they're not maybe WYSIWYG, but most people would be quite understanding about it. I guess sometimes there's a bit more of a logical leap that you've got to make in terms of how they look versus the unit you're trying to represent them as. But as you say, you could probably sprinkle them in and it be less of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think about a lot of the Underworld gangs, warbands that I have. I think about the ones for Crawl Boys, the ones for Ironjaws, and the ones for Gloomspike Gits. The Gits units are quite eclectic, so they'd be slightly more interesting to work in, but it's entirely plausible that you can take components of that and break them down and put them into other units. Iron Jaws specifically have one that was based off of the old Ardboy models, which are now, once again, Black Orcs in Old World. So they're definitely a difficult one to work in. It wouldn't shock me if that particular warband or that particular Underworld gang got discontinued. They haven't announced that yet. And actually, that brings me to the point that I was going to make in response to what you said, which is they're doing it all in one. I honestly don't think they are. I think there's going to still be a lot of stuff that will be being removed as and when new books drop. I think new books will see removals.
Yeah, possibly. I could see that happening. That's the interesting thing. If we go and look at the Stormcast stuff, they've pretty much got rid of a lot, or if not all, of the old armor style because they want to replace it with a newer Thunderstrike armor, which appeared in 3rd edition. So basically, 1st and 2nd edition Stormcast, which is under 10 years, is all going. So that's a very sort of short lifespan for models. And I think they could have gone about it a slightly different way. In a way, it's been good that they've given people notice that they've just sort of gone, these units are going. But because they haven't explicitly said which ones are coming back in Thunderstrike, because they want to kind of, I guess, keep it as a surprise for people, for whatever reason, that's leading to loads of people complaining already online, feeling really bad, going, my army's been squatted. Some people are like, my entire Stormcast is the 2nd ed stuff, or they've just recently bought it last year from the magazines and stuff, and it's all gone. I think if they had just rolled it out and just transitioned seamlessly, so yes, you've got, let's say, your old sequester models, and then they've gone, and here's a box of new sequesters, a bit like how we had with Terminators. They never announced that Terminators were going, they just released a new box of Terminator armor. And what I think could be really interesting is they could genuinely keep the life cycle of Stormcast going by adopting armor marks in the same way we had with Space Marines. Space Marines have armor marks that were kind of retroactively made up for the most part, with the exception of Mark 7, a little bit of Mark 8, and the new Primaris mark. Those were all sequentially created and replaced a previous design. This old style, AOS 1 and 2 style mark of armor, is now being replaced with the Thunderstrike armor. In another 10 years, it could be replaced with another design as well, if for whatever reason they want to do that. And I like that almost we could be a part of the history of Age of Sigmar as it's been created, because the lore has been done in that fashion. So I think that aspect of it is very cool if that's their intention. But I think the way they went about it, by just saying to people, these units are just going, it wasn't the best way of doing it.
No, it wasn't really. I think here's my sincere opinion on the whole situation. I think this is a situation entirely of Games Workshop's own doing. The Storm, it's obvious to everyone that the Stormcast Eternals within the context of Age of Sigmar are utterly over the top and bloated. Like, it was bananas that when they got all the way around to 3rd edition, they felt like they needed to keep on going down the Stormcast road. It's like, guys, like, you have got so many more interesting ranges within this game that deserve so much more attention. Why do you just keep giving truckloads of new stuff to the Stormcast, who, by all accounts, are some of the most boring aspects of this game? And it's like, but again, it's just like, you've got to keep pace with each other. It's like, Space Marines have become insane. Like, Space Marines are mad bloated. Like, they have gone so dumb with Space Marines. But that wasn't the case until recently. That wasn't the case until basically now in 10th edition, where they, even after they've started removing stuff, I mean, 9th edition Space Marines was bananas. They had way too much. And that's because all of a sudden they, decided to sort of have their cake and eat it too, and didn't just range refresh it. They just decided to bolt on top. And it was just like, this is crazy. Why have we got this much stuff all of a sudden? I mean,
Yeah.
for 8 editions, well, 7 editions of 40k, Space Marines were basically a handful of units with a few special characters. But like Stormcast, within 2 editions, not even within 2 editions, within 1 edition were the biggest range in Age of Sigmar, eclipsing, established fantasy ranges that were moved across. It was like, oh God, they got this entire launch range with their liberators and their paladins and their prosecutors and their characters and all this stuff. And then they hit them straight away, like within a year and a half, with a load of.
I think it was the sacrosanct stuff, which was like the wizard variants. Yeah, so
no, that was 2nd edition.
Yes,
Sacrosanct was 2nd, so that was the 3rd thing they did for Stormcast.
Yeah, because by 2nd edition, the meme was pretty much out there of Sigmar pressing the button to open up another chamber to release yet more warriors. And I think, and even Games Workshop embrace that meme effectively because they're well aware of what they're doing. And as you say, this is a problem of their own making. And one of which is they want to make and sell Stormcast above and beyond other factions because I assume, want it to be the Space Marines of the setting because it's, potentially easy to paint. They're just that kind of slightly generic figure that they can embody as the hero and the character that they can just promote. They don't want multiple factions to be front and center stage. They've just got one thing, a bit like Space Marines is the core model you'll always see promoted in 40k. But also, I guess the other problem is there's the bloat and the internal balance of the books, because the more units you have, the more sort of crossover in utility that these units are having. But then also, incoming helicopter, which unfortunately you might be able to hear. And then the other issue is the stock and the ability to produce models. I think they're at a stage where they're struggling with capacity. So they're suddenly going to have to go, well, we need to get rid of stuff that's on shelves. So we're going to get rid of that so we can ultimately make more new stuff for you to then buy. So it's much more obvious that we're like a product that we are being sold to. We've just got to buy stuff, which sounds quite cynical, but it's like you can see it so much more than you could as a kid or back in even like 2010s. It felt like they were doing good stuff for the armies and the factions, but now there's just this like churn of new stuff so we can buy it. But because we bought it, it's like, well, we've got to get rid of that so I can buy something new. And that's a bit relentless, I think. And especially when it's a product that you've got to buy, build, paint. Boxes of my stuff are sitting on shelves for years before I even get around to it. Then the lifespan and usefulness of that unit is dwindling because, okay, cool, I've got 4 years max of me playing this before I can't play it like an event. Yes, there's an argument about it's still valid because of Legends, but that's, another topic.
I think there's the thing, though. I think back in the day, not to get all nostalgic on it, but back in the day, the releases that we were seeing for Fantasy and the releases we were seeing for 40k were few and far between, right? Like if you think back to 3rd edition 40k, when 3rd edition 40k came into existence, many of the old miniatures were still in circulation, but they kind of were just updating it. They went, oh, here's a new plastic tactical squad. Here's a new plastic guardian squad. Here's a new plastic orc boys squad. Here's a new plastic insert other relevant statement, like Chaos Space Marines, etc. Like they just went through that process, right? And it was very much a case of we're just updating stuff and we'll add the odd little thing. So like in the case of, we'll use Space Marines as an example, right? Space Marines from the jump were like what Space Marines were, but like Blood Angels, for example, had Death Company and they had Metal Death Company sculpts. And when they did like 3rd edition Blood Angels, they gave us slightly new Death Company Blood Angels. They gave us one new unit basically, which was, they got a unit of Honor Guard, which were veteran Blood Angel command squad with jump packs, which essentially was like the precursor for Sanguinary Guard. But essentially it was a unit, a command squad with jump packs had a tech marine with a jump pack, had an apothecary with a jump pack, and they just had gold helmets and jump packs. And that was like basically what they added to it at that point. And then flash forward to like, I don't know, I think it was 5th edition was the next time they looked at Blood Angels. They went, oh, here's Sanguinary Guard and a couple of dreadnoughts. It was very, it took a long time and they added a couple of bits, whereas like...
Their releases used to be, once a month from what I remember, and it would be a couple of units or models across every single system, which predominantly was just fantasy and 40k plus the odd specialist games. So you would get like a unit, maybe for 40k, a unit for fantasy, and it would be potluck as to whether it be your faction or not. And 90% of the time it wasn't. And you would literally wait months, if not years, between getting an update of some kind or getting a new unit. But it felt very much like there was a real sort of era where it was just new units constantly and occasionally redoing old sculpts. And now we're at a stage where we're getting just new stuff just disappearing and not being replaced with anything, which I think is worse than with the Stormcast stuff. A lot of it's going, but a lot of it's probably going to get up to date. But I suspect due to the bloat of the book, they're going to actually streamline it down, which ultimately is for the best, right? But it does mean that some units are just disappearing.
To illustrate the scale of the problem that they created, though, Phil, there are more Stormcast hero battle tomes. There are more Stormcast hero battle tomes. Bearing in mind, they actually don't include every variant in these because technically the Knight Azurus, I believe, is actually 2 battle tomes. Because there's the Knight Azurus, and then
do you mean War Scrolls?
War Scrolls. Sorry,
is the book.
Yeah. Well, there are more War Scrolls, which I think isn't even technically correct because the Knight Azurus is the one with the wings. There's actually technically 2 forms of that. There's like one with a bow and arrow, and the one that they're showing here with the lantern, right? So technically, there's even more of these than they're necessarily even fully indicating. So
or it's one War Scroll, but with different weapon options and loadouts.
It used to be 2 different. I've not played or looked at Stormcast since 1st edition, but back in the day, there used to be 2 separate things. So I apologize if I'm wrong about that. But my point is, even without taking that into consideration, there are more hero War Scrolls from Stormcast Eternals being discontinued than there are Fireslayer War Scrolls.
Yes, I think that's showing you something about the lack of support that some factions have had. So Fireslayers being one of them. Yeah.
Fireslayers have, right? We've got Auric Flamekeeper, 1. Auric Runesmith on Megatroph, 2. Gotrek Grunson, 3. Doomseeker, 4. Grim Wrath Berserker, 5. Hearthguard Berserkers, 6. Auric Hearthguard, 7. Volkite Berserkers, 8. Auric Rune Master, 9. We've got Grimhold Exile, 10. And then we've got Auric Runesmith on Megadroth and Auric Runesmith on Megadroth. There's 2 listings for the same Auric Rune... Oh, Auric Rune Father, sorry. Auric Rune Son... Father. So basically, there's 12 there. If I add their warband from Underworlds, which I should really, there's 13.
Yeah, if I was having a quick. Are you looking on the website? Because I'm having a quick look on the app. I think there's 17, but some of those, as you say, are like the character from the War Scroll and the character from the like Warcry Underworld's warband. And then another War Scroll for the actual unit itself. So there's definitely a couple of, ones where they've doubled up. Plus, there's obviously the 3 spells plus the 1 terrain piece. In addition.
Yeah. You add those into it. But like, there are literally, here on this page, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 hero War Scrolls that are going away.
Wow, that's a lot.
That is crazy, isn't it? It's like, that is madness.
Yeah, it probably makes sense based on also the new rules that they've talked about for how you build armies, because you are somewhat limited with the number of heroes that you can add in. And I mean, you always have been, because I think it gets capped at 6 as a max for your army. But there's now a sort of a natural cap anyway. But yeah, in terms of stuff that's going away, yeah, it's quite sad, especially if you're a Stormcast player, because that's very new models, or relatively new, but hopefully a lot of those will come back. So you'll still be able to play your old models, much like you would have, potentially you could still do your tactical Marines. You could sort of run as Primaris Marines. You can kind of get away with it. So just treat it as different arcs of armor when it comes out, and it'll be fine.
To clarify as well, Phil.
Oh, yeah.
The Knight Azurus is also the Knight Venator kit. So even their article doesn't actually speak to everything that's being removed, because they're not calling out kit variations.
Unless those weird kit variations are staying for whatever reason.
So you can build it as a Venator, but you can't build it as a... That'd be strange. I'll tell you what, the other one that's super weird for me is that they're not getting rid of the Drakov kit, which feels like a typo, because the Drakov kit is quintessentially old Stormcast Eternal.
Yes, but I assume that is that the one that's in the trailer? So therefore is getting a new sculpt, is the way I would view it, because they don't they do talk about Liberators and Prosecutors, and they're in the trailer.
Yeah, and I mean the Drakov kit, again, this is the wildness of Stormcast Eternals. How many war scrolls do you think the Drakov kit makes?
I don't know. 3? 2? 3?
5.
Oh, wow.
So you can take them as Tempestors, which is dudes with crossbows. You can take them as Tesselators, which is dudes with axes. You can take them as Concursors, which is a mixture. One guy with an axe, but it's got a flag on it, and the guy with crossbows. You can take them as Fulminators, which is like spear dudes. And then you can take them as like the command option, the Lord Celestin on Drakov.
Yeah, so I think he's the one that's in the trailer, I believe. So I sort of feel like they probably are getting a range refresh, but it's odd that they haven't called it out here, because they've called out other things like the Liberators, they previewed the new Liberator model, so we know they're obviously coming back, and things like the Prosecutors appeared in the trailer, so they're likely to be coming back. Yeah, it's an odd choice. Maybe you're right. Maybe they will be revealing more in due course.
I think they will be. I think it's only inevitable. But I do think it's a real shame, because I think it is something they've created for themselves, and I think ultimately, I just genuinely think they should just get off the Stormcast train now. Like, I think they need to refresh and update and expand other ranges. I think, we've had enough of Stormcast Eternals, is my honest opinion. Or at least I just feel like it's like, come on, guys.
Here's the thing. I quite like the new style of the Thunderstrike armor, so I can see why they would want to go back and redo the old one, so it's much more consistent. I get that. But it's just a bit of a painful process to do it. And like I said, if they had just, gave us some new kits, and they go, here you go, it's the same thing, it's Liberators in Thunderstrike armor, nothing's being discontinued, here you go. I think people could have adapted to that so much easier, but we live in a world where they just don't release individual boxed units straight off the bat anymore. It's all these big waves, and it's like almost entire army refreshes all at once, or special army boxes. They never just go, here's some Liberators on their own in a box, and we've refreshed them for you. Yeah. So, yeah, I sort of get that. So some of the others, like, that are going, like, well, just say on the Stormcast front, yes, they should also, once they've done this, hopefully they then divert all their energy into doing new factions and updating old ones. And one of them's Skaven, so we know Skaven's getting redone. So again, this doesn't seem as bad as it probably sound, because a lot of these probably are going to get redone, but also probably not all of them, unfortunately. But on the plus side, I assume a lot of this will eventually make its way over to the old world. Maybe one day, because the Skaven, I believe, in the Legends category for the old world. But once this rank refresh has happened for Skaven, maybe they will port them over to the old world as like a fully formed new faction that's like properly supported with an almanac book.
Yeah, but I'm always a bit hesitant to sort of use that as a positive, because at the end of the day, if you enjoy playing Age of Sigmar, you're part of an Age of Sigmar gaming group community. It still sucks.
It's a different. It's great if you want to play Skaven in the old world, but if you just like Age of Sigmar and you have no interest in the old world, then it's a bit of a rubbish position to be in. But if you can still sort of run those units as is, because the war scrolls will still exist, because there's just new sculpts and you're just running older sculpts, I think that's fine. People have done it in 40k for years. Obviously, there will be a point down the line where it just seems a bit silly to do that. Like, no one is running cardboard orc dreadnoughts anymore, even though that was technically a thing back in the day. But yeah, for now, I think you'll be fine. And I guess likewise with Bone Splitters, as you said, they're all going, even though there are a couple of new ones. Slaves to Darkness is mostly all new stuff. So that's the Warcry and Underworld stuff.
It's a real shame to see that particular range. I understand now they've got the Dark Oath stuff coming, so they're kind of like, look, we've got generic cultists now,
yes,
or Dark Oath. We don't need all this other stuff. But to me, it's a real shame, because actually I feel like that really is where AOS really thrives, and I think that's what's so interesting about Cities of Sigmar. I also think this is super interesting, which is to say that, you know, these kind of human characters and the way that they're adapting to this crazy world is really enthralling to me. I think this is really cool. And I think it's a shame that you won't necessarily be able to express that flavor through the different types of units or the different types of things. But obviously, if you've still got these miniatures, you can still use them to represent Dark Oath. But I feel like it's a real shame, because to me personally, I kind of feel like Slaves to Darkness is one thing, but I feel like human, like normal, not Chaos Warriors, but like Chaos followers. And what I was always hopeful for that we were going to see with Warcry was a sort of development that we were actually always kind of robbed of in 40k, which is more of an expression of like Chaos worshippers, followers that are human. And I feel like AOS has a better opportunity to express that. I think they've done a great job with Warcry. I think this is something that should have been celebrated more and should have been made more of. And I feel like I feel like this is a shame, because to me it shows a desire to move away from this stuff. And I actually feel like this is the best stuff about Age of Sigmar, is all of this.
Yeah, it's basically the world building. Like this range of chaos cultists, there's like, 6, 8, 10, 11 of them, basically, each one leaning towards a different god, worshipping them in different ways. That expands the setting so much more than just generic cultists that you would normally get in, say, 40k. Now, this could have been a bit of a test bed. They were like, well, which one should we go for? Let's just do a bunch. Let's get creative, see what the fans like the most. Dark Oath clearly were a popular choice from the bat, so they've gone, yeah, let's just do an army of Dark Oath. Now, in a way, I would love to see all of these expanded into their own, like, sub-factions, and maybe down the line we will see a couple of these get more, like, sub-faction-esque levels of armies, a bit like we have with Dark Oath. That would be amazing. I can't see them doing it for all of them, but maybe another one or two, over the next many years, editions. That would be a great way of doing it. And as you say, sort of expanding things out, showing a different side to the setting. It's not just the big Chaos Warriors, it's the little guys.
Yeah, because in a way I feel like Chaos Warriors are just too close to Chaos Space Marines. I especially feel like the fact that Games Workshop paint them with the black and gold trim exactly like Black Legion is a massive mistake.
Yeah,
and I think
I see that for sure.
I think that's where I'm at with it. I feel like it's a shame that these are being discontinued because they are super cool. And I think, again, it's more about the lost opportunity that sort of irks me. I'm not so worried about the fact that, because again, very few people were really using these, or at least in my experience. But you saw them around. People sprinkled maybe one unit into their Slaves to Darkness army, but the fact is that they were really flavoursome and really cool. So I would have liked to have seen them stick around. But there you go. All of Beast of Chaos are going as well, which makes sense. They're a old world faction now, but again, if you've been collecting Beasts of Chaos and you've been enjoying them in the context of Age of Sigmar, much like with the Skaven, it sucks because even though you can use them in a different system, maybe you don't want to play that system. So
yeah,
I feel that sucks, and also I think it sucks extra because they only relatively recently put out the new Beast Lord sculpt, and probably did quite a lot of work pushing.
Oh my god, so that was like last year.
Yeah, and they did quite a lot of work to kind of push people into the. And I feel like that's very disingenuous of them. I feel like anyone who maybe now has probably gotten off the hobby bench and finished their year-long project of painting their brand new AOS Beast army is like, oh, cheers for that then.
Yeah, I've got a year of playing it in events and tournaments and then potentially playing it going forwards. But as I've said many times, it's all about the access to those rules. It's like, yes, in 40k, we can all play Legends. That's totally fine. And casually, it's all accepted. I think more so this edition than previous editions because it used to be it goes to Legends, literally no one touches it. But if it's really difficult to access those rules, if you can't access them in the official app or the army builder, it just means either you've got to go elsewhere like Battle Scribe or you just don't play with those rules. That's my real problem with stuff going to Legends. So hopefully the AOS guys will do a better job and, put them in the app. That's what I'd like to see. Yeah, it wouldn't have been as bad, I guess, for the Beast of Chaos if they hadn't supported it at all, because people would get the general vibe that, yeah, they're probably going. And you kind of got that with the Bone Splitters. You kind of got that with the Skaven. But yeah, Beast of Chaos had some endless spells. They had a terrain piece. And you said they had a character. They didn't weirdly get a Warcry Warband or anything like that. So it had some support to make you think it had some legs and might have got range refresh. And, maybe it will at some point, but it feels like, as you say, it's going, because they do explicitly say they're going to the old world. So I guess we won't see them in their current form in AOS.
I mean, we definitely also saw some Beasts of Chaos stuff move over into Slaves of Darkness. I mean, the Ogrid, the big cow ones, they clearly were intended to be Beasts of Chaos, and now they're just, they're in the Slaves of Darkness. Move on. The one that a lot of people speculate about is the God of Destruction, Kragnos, because Kragnos is a big beast.
Yeah, he is, but I guess he's a supreme being, so he's like Nagash. He kind of just sits above the faction, I guess. I mean, they've narratively fluffed it to make it seem like that's plausible, but the truth is that he's a big beastman.
Yeah, exactly. He's just a big beastman. He's a big beastman, right? Like, come on, be serious.
Maybe Centaur's become its own subfaction, and they have mini Kragnoses, basically. Maybe that'd be the thing that will happen.
One thing I wanted to say, just going very quickly back to Slaves of Darkness, though, I think one of the things that is super, super, super unnerving about this, though, is the fact that, again, and speaks to future plans. Like, seriously now, if I was looking at the game of Warcry and thinking to myself, ooh, I fancy a look at those Jade Obelisks or the Claws of Karnak or the True Blades, basically all of these newer Chaos Warbands that they've added to Warcry, even things like Chaos Legionnaires. These are all things that aren't listed in this discontinued thing, but you got to ask yourself, how long you got? Like, are you really going to have that for more than 3 years? And I think that's very, very
this is Games Workshop having its cake and eating it, right? It's like they could have just made, let's say, 3 warbands an Underworld's Warbands per faction and stopped it there. No more. And those units could have existed for 20 years. Madly, because stuff does exist that long. And they could have just been, they could have been supported, they could have had rules. We could have played with those models for effectively as long as we wanted until we got old and died and or played Bolt Action and Napoleonics. But instead it's like, no, we want to sell you something else. We want to push the next one. And as you say, it gets to the point where you go, do I even want to bother buying it for a couple of years of play? Yeah, it can sit on the shelf, but no one wants that. I want the usability out of it. And knowing now that they get range refreshed out is the term I'm going to use for this. And if they were upfront with that and were like, yeah, from now on, a new Warcry warband, a new Underworld's warband, it can come into AOS, you'll get an edition out of it, or 2 editions, and then it's gone. And actually, in the case of all of these, it's basically 1 edition, I think. If they were a bit more upfront and sort of told us that from the off, I think it's a bit more honest about it, and we're a bit more informed in terms of making that purchase. But now I think we just have to speculate that that's probably going to be the case. And, I don't know. I love my Nighthawk ones. I think they're just cool minis. So I might just buy them because they're cool minis. And I just have to know that I won't get years and years out of them like I'm at with some of the other minis in my army.
Oh yeah, because they're doing a Nighthawk Warcry thing.
Oh yeah, there's a new one. Yeah, the flamey ones throwing flames and stuff like that. So yeah, will I pick that up knowing I'll get maybe a couple of years out of it? I mean, some of the minis look okay, but some of them don't look great. So yeah, it might make me go from an auto purchase to I'll think about it and see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a shame, man, because again, it's like, Warcry, when I look at all these miniatures, there's so many really awesome ones here, but it is just, we're so bloated. It's like, but this is the consequence, right? Like, at the end of the day, if you release 2 to 3 box sets a week every week in perpetuity, you just get to a point where we are bloated. And it is that thing where it's like, this is the dance we're in with Games Workshop now. They grow to the point where they are struggling under the weight of themselves, and then they just eject what they can based on entire hypotheticals. It's like, oh yeah, these are old things. We'll just get rid of them. It's just to me, sincerely, the easiest thing for them to have done was not to discontinue it. Was just to continue having them. Maybe, moving them into limited availability or moving them into situations where it's like, hey guys, just so you know, when it comes to these Chaos Warbands, these are going out of circulations, but basically the rules, these are just now, generic Chaos human rules, and you can rep them with whatever you want. Just be like, there you go. It's like, oh, here's my unit of Jade Obelisk. They're exactly the same from a rules perspective as my unit of Tarantuluses or whatever the spider ones are called.
Yeah, they sort of done that in some of the 40k stuff where you have a sort of nondescript melee weapon without it specifically being an axe and a knife or a spear with a different profile for each. They just sort of amalgamate them all into one. Might be quite difficult with some of these because they've got really unique sort of looks and weapons potentially, or even unit numbers, but I'm sure there could have been a way they could have fudged it. And
just boil it down. Most of them are about 10 minis, right? Just boil it down to 10 minis, and then you just have you could basically pick 3 different types of weapons for a specialist and 3 different types of weapon for a leader, and then they cover most case scenarios. This one's a quicker unit, so you pick the speedier option that maybe, as well as boosting your leader, gives you +1 movement or +2 movement. You take the, powerful one that gives you all +1 wound. You take, you know what I mean? Just put it in there,
Yes. I do wonder if people would be happy with that, because they'd be like, oh, I've lost my special rules that make it unique and sort of thematic, but in a way it gives it more, viability, I guess. And as you say, a lot of these are effectively sort of generic cultists, but with a fancy effect on them in some form or another.
Yeah, here's the thing. In an ideal world, we just keep rules for them, but we're not in that world. They're getting rid of them. I'm just sort of trying to spitball things that could have made it better. The last of the things that they talk about is a little eclectic. So they're getting rid of a few different fine cast minis and metal minis. The only one that stands out to me as interesting is Mistweaver Scythe or Scythe, because that's actually a plastic mini.
Yeah,
that is the Mistweaver from Silver Tower. My assumption with that is that is a relic of a time where GW were going to take elves in a different direction. I think this was one of the concepts that they were playing with at one point to try and showcase what high elves may have become.
Yeah, weirdly looks more like the Daughters of Cain, the old crone mini that they revealed recently, which is like sort of crow-like and misty. This sort of feels weirdly, it sits more in that category of Daughters of Cain rather than like a high elf type mini. But as you say, I think back in the early part of AOS, they were sort of playing around with different new variations of both dwarves and elves and what unique spins that they can take on it. And maybe this actually sits apart from all of those and, as you say, doesn't really fit into the new ranges that they have done, like the Lumineth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even really sure what army you could take her in anymore.
Yeah. Cities of Sigmar, do you think?
Or it was either that or it's...
Because that's where all the old high elves and
but maybe
dark
it
elf
was Daughters
stuff
of Cain. It could have been a Daughter of Cain mini, for all I know. Yeah. I don't know. I have not enough knowledge of where that model sat. I just know it from Silver Tower. I mean, as I say, the thing that's super interesting about that, though, is that, it's just sort of a little glimpse. Because obviously at the end of the event...
Cities of Sigmar.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Good old app. Looked it up quickly. It's an elf model, Cities of Sigmar.
And I mean, because I think this is the thing, like the idea of that one, because they did it with, because there was the other elf mini in,
the smoky assassin ones, weren't there? That were like
which was like
villain ones.
Yeah, it was like an evolution of the witch elf, basically. And this felt like, though, more of an evolution of like the high elves, when the high elves and the dark elves essentially aligned, because obviously at the events of the end times, the dark elves and the high elves kind of kissed and made up, and then this maybe sort of represented what that would evolve into. But it seems like they've abandoned that in favor of like Idenef and Luminef and Sylvanef, etc., etc. So interested to see that go, because I guess it sort of represents them potentially maybe not closing a door on something, but leaving it ajar. It's maybe there's a foot in the door, but otherwise, I mean, nothing else really stands out from that selection.
Well, I've actually got the Saurus Eternity Warden mini. I bought when I redid my Seraphon in AOS 1. But then no one was playing it, so I didn't bother finishing off the army. So I've still got that sat around somewhere. I'm surprised that it hasn't, or maybe it will, become a plastic mini down the line if they do more of a range refresh for Seraphon. But I sort of felt like they'd pretty much done them all.
I mean, they did the what is he called now? They did the banner guy.
Yeah, the Astrolith banner, I want to say, which is a similar looking mini. Yeah.
And they've obviously still got the old blood in circulation. So who knows in terms of... Again, I feel like it's just one of those things where there's probably plenty of other options. Similarly, the Madcap Shaman going away is what it is at the end of the day. I'm
not surprised by the Big Boss and Giant Spider, because there's like actual other unit minis for it to go alongside.
Yeah, but that's just going old worldy in it with the goblins. I feel like it wouldn't surprise me if they got rid of the spider, or all the variants of spider riders, the big spiders. But we'll see. We'll see what they do. I mean, again, the other one, I think that Gloom Spites will probably lose. I think they'll probably lose the shooters and stabbers because they are, just old night goblin sculpts. So I think they'll probably either be updated or discontinued.
Yeah.
In favor of something more extravagant, which is kind of the MO of Sigmar goblins. But yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot of talking about it, but I mean, basically it sucks that stuff's getting discontinued, but this is the Games Workshop cycle now. They release, bloat everything, and then have to churn back. So I'm really curious to see what the long-term impact of this is on their customers. I don't think it's necessarily going to impact them negatively straight away. It certainly hasn't seemed that way with 40k necessarily, although I think there was a lot of initial outrage. People just carry on because lots of new players come into the system. The churn keeps going.
It definitely builds up resentment, though. Like the amount of Space Marine players that are annoyed that they bought Contemptors, or they bought some of the plastic tanks, vehicles, also Contemptors and Leviathans for their 40k army, and then 6 months later were told they're no longer playable, that they've gone to Legends. Like, people are still annoyed about that, and I guess it's just going to build up over time. Potentially, it's one of those things where people have let it slide because there's nothing we can do about it, right? And the same with this. We just need to adapt as players, but we also need to understand that this is how GW operates. And I've seen quite a lot of people in comments on like social media posts that Games Workshop have posted about this. Loads of people complaining, but loads of people being like, "Oh, it's your first time with Games Workshop." Like, I've had this happen in other stuff. So people do remember. People are still a bit annoyed, I think. And will it get to the point where people want to drop out of the hobby? I'm sure some people would have or will down the line. Same with, the old world and AOS. Probably people dropped out then as well, right? But there's always going to be new players. That's the thing that will sort of fill that gap. Well, hopefully, yeah. Here's the thing, right? I personally am coming more and more around to the idea of the old White Dwarf article of Stillmania. I'm sure you're familiar with that article, which is build an army for the time. The way I kind of look at it now is I kind of look at my Iron Jaws collection. I've got to make a few improvements to them ahead of the event we're doing in a month's time. And I aim to do that. But there is a very real part of me that's kind of like, what? Like, I'll use them certainly in early fourth, but I'm almost kind of content with the idea of doing the Stillmania thing, doing 3 coats of gloss varnish and just putting them on a shelf and going, yeah, that's my 3rd edition AOS army. That was a moment in time. Move on. Yeah, I sort of agree. And I sort of feel like I've done that not intentionally, but just due to various reasons. Like, I feel like my Krieg army was very much a 6th, 7th, 8th edition army. But by 9th and 10th, I haven't bought anything new for it. I can't buy anything new because I sort of like own all the models pretty much. So that feels like a time capsuled army. It's like my Marines, they're going to last a bit longer and I'll keep playing those for, a fair while. But yeah, my Nighthaunt, I'm quite happy to, play them for this edition. But as you say, might go, okay, I've completed that army if such a thing exists. It's all painted. Played it for a long time, and then actually let's park it and build and play another, faction instead. But potentially, maybe it's the diehards that play one faction only through, are the people that Games Workshop is trying to please by constantly creating new units for that faction, and that's where Games Workshop feels like they're going wrong because it's just bloating the factions constantly to the point where they can't keep up. And actually, as you say, they should be building, and that was a thing that was honestly quite great about AOS originally. Like, things like Fire Slayers, when they first came out, were quite small armies, and they didn't ever develop them anymore. They just went on and did another one and did another one. But I think subsequent armies got a bit bigger, and people fell in love with them, that Games Workshop felt like they constantly needed to support them with new units and new models, predominantly just underworlds or a single character from time to time. But if they, built them, kind of parked them and just went on to something else, maybe that would be a lot better in the long run. You'd end up with more factions, but I think in AOS that's probably great.
I totally agree with you, mate. I think that would have been really cool. But I think that's the thing. I genuinely think Games Workshop are losing confidence in what it is that makes Age of Sigmar actually quite interesting. And I genuinely think that there is a risk with what they're doing with 4th edition now, and removing a lot of that old Stormcast stuff, but also by prioritizing yet again kind of using Stormcast as opposed to children, that, in a way they're kind of ignoring some of the more exciting elements of this game and continuing to double down on the things I think are least exciting. And I think that is personified by the fact that they led with a reveal of the new Stormcast sculpt, which I controversially really don't like. But everyone else told me I was mad and said how great it was.
I think arguably it is a better sculpt, but it is a bit of a boring one because it's basically a vigilator. Vindicators.
A liberator.
No. So it's a liberator, but looks like the Vindicators from the last 2nd edition box set, with the ones with the spears. So in the article, there's a side-by-side comparison of the old Liberator, the new Liberator, and also the Vindicator mini. I felt they were slightly cheeky here because they gave you a female Vindicator to make it look slightly different. But if it was the male one, it would basically be exactly like the new Liberator mini, with the exception. So there's 2 exceptions. There's like this sort of little shoulder guard that is the same as almost, I can't remember what they're called. They're like the big Terminator-esque ones. They have them, but they've got them on both sides. So there's a little sort of shoulder guard next to the pauldron, and they've got these slightly weird nose guards on the helmets, which is the one thing I don't particularly like about it. It gives me flashbacks to the plastic Krieg minis because they've got those sorts of things on theirs, and I don't like them on them either. Because weirdly, if you look at the old Liberator helmet, it is basically much closer to the Vindicator helmet. So actually they've sort of stylized the helmets of the new Liberators to be different from the old Liberators. Personally, I like it purely because it's great conversion potential for my Thunder Warrior army, because the Vindicators were my main base model. So having access to left-handed arms that aren't holding shields would be really great, because these come as you can have hammers and shields, hammers and hammers, or one big hammer, but that's 1 per unit, I believe. So lots of hobby options, modeling options for me personally. But there is some, they are very generically similar to the Vindicators. It feels a little bit copy and pasted. The shield design is basically exactly the same, but they've done the cutout in the slightly different place. So, it doesn't feel as unique as some of the other Thunderstrike minis that they've done, where they have, they've added some robes on, they've added some extra details here and there to sort of make them stand out. But I sort of feel like the Liberators and the Vindicators are meant to be the baseline model. And if you think about these like Space Marines, they're meant to all sort of have the same style of armor. So they kind of all look the same, but with different weapons at the end of the day, because that's how Space Marines operate for the most part.
So Space Marines used to operate for sure. These days they're a bit more stylized in their armor, but I mean, look, here's the thing. The old Liberator minis, if you look at the old multi-part plastic kits rather than the easy build ones that came in the launch set, they're definitely very chunky. They're very rotund. I actually didn't hate the helmet design. I always felt like the helmet design had some kind of character to it. I thought that was quite interesting. And, you know, the chunkier models, what they did with them, they weren't terrible when they first came out. I mean, they're not extraordinary. I think there is a value to there being an easier to paint kind of entry level miniature. Like, that is totally fair enough. But sincerely, I really, really disliked the new Stormcast Refresh in 3rd edition. I thought it was the weakest looking set of Stormcast miniatures that we had seen. And I think that this is just more of that, but done to an extent that sort of even is, I don't know. I just think this to me, it's so generic and so uninteresting. I literally, that to me, I mean, for a company that is obsessed with creating IP, creating unique designs, things that they can license and trademark, this is the most generic suit of armor in the world. And to make it worse, they've painted it in the most boring color scheme. Like, silver isn't even as interesting as gold. And again, from a basing perspective, they put all these grey gravel base. So it's like, literally, there's no like tonal break in the miniature. It's just, it's a really underwhelming image of a really underwhelming miniature that if you were interested in Age of Sigmar before, seeing this is pretty underwhelming as far as I'm concerned. Compare that to what you can get in Cities, who I admit are very complicated to paint, but compare that to what you can get in Cities. Compare that to what you can get in, what was the latest faction before Cities? Have they done another? Seraphon. Compare it to Seraphon. My God. Like, if you put some of the Seraphon miniatures into a Start Collecting box, who wouldn't want that? Those things are amazing. Like, it's just, this is like, ugh.
Here's the thing.
Like,
I don't mind so much because I sort of feel like having, let's say, an entry level faction for kids or new hobbyists to just get into, easier to build, easier to paint, potentially a simpler silhouette, so that's less fussy. And we're constantly complaining about all the detail on the mini. So the fact that these are a lot more streamlined, I think,
you know as well that when you get the actual
good thing.
pits for them, there'll be 100 pieces.
Well, maybe not these ones because I think they'd be a bit more
but
easy build. But yeah, the more complicated ones might be. I think if I think about the Vindicators. I think each leg is an individual bit. The arm, the sort of torso, it's normally torso back, 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. So, and plus the shield, right? So, it's not too many. It's not like a one-piece model though, but it's also not like hundreds. So, potentially a bit easier to put together than some of the others. What's interesting, I think, especially because I've been looking at it more from a Thunder Warrior perspective, is there's actually less lightning bolts on these newer models than the old ones. The old Liberator has the lightning bolts, obviously on the shield, but also on the shoulder pads, on the knees, sort of across the model, like on the van braces and stuff like that. Whereas the new ones pretty much just have it on the shield, and then maybe you get one on the shoulder pad. And then that's it. And what was also interesting, do you remember back in AOS 1 where they were trying to make the sub-factions of the Stormcast much more iconic? Like, you got, I think, shoulder pad and shield, like upgrade sprues, and then they kind of just stopped, and I think they've just gone, it's just a different paint scheme now, which is a bit of a shame. And yeah, part of me feels like they've done this paint scheme just to make it look different from the Vindicator, but I don't know if story-wise it's where it's set they're using these guys, so that's why they've shown off this paint scheme, even though, as you say, it sort of matches the base a bit too much, and it's not the iconic gold that we're used to seeing. So I don't know if there's a bit more of a deeper reason behind that colour scheme that we've seen.
I mean, who knows, man? I assume it's just to forge a point of difference and to show off some other color schemes, or maybe they feel like when seen in concert with the Skaven, who are hopefully going to be a more extravagant, more exciting looking faction. Maybe those two things side by side, maybe the kind of more stilted, boring silver offsets the wild over the top nature of the Skaven, so as the imagery looks a lot more provocative. I seriously hope so. I mean, basically at this point, the Skaven have to carry this box set because the release of whatever the box set was for 3rd edition AOS was kicking around for ages. It created a really weird stink around the game when it first came out. I remember as being a primarily 40k player, if not exclusively 40k player at the launch of 3rd edition, seeing all of those AOS box sets littering up all of the Games Workshops and independent hobbyist stores and thinking, God, this thing hasn't gone well, has it?
Well, I think I assume it was less to do with it wasn't popular and more they just overestimated how much it sold. So they just made too much because potentially they didn't want the same problem that they had with 8th edition. Was it 9th edition 40k box set where it just sold out and it was impossible to get hold of. It was the Indomitus one, so it would be 9th. So that had real shortfall and they had to do like a made to order run. So I think with AOS, they were like, right, we're just going to like make sure we've got loads. But as you say, it did make it look like it wasn't a popular edition. And I don't think that was necessarily the case. And I think, it definitely picked up through its life cycle. We definitely got on board in the last, half of it or last year of it. So, I think other people did as well. So it might not have just been, a great one on launch with that box set.
Oh yeah, totally, mate. I think AOS 3 has proven itself to be a great addition. So I've really enjoyed playing it. I've loved it. I think it's been a great game. I'm grateful that I got to experience it. I'm glad that we're going to do a couple more things with it before we say goodbye to it. And like I said, I'm very comfortable with the idea of, taking my iron jaws and just freezing them in a moment in time and just enjoying AOS 3 in perpetuity with my friends, because I think all of us got a lot out of the last year and a half of playing AOS 3. I don't think I'm going to struggle to turn around to you, Richie, Tim, Tom, whomever, and just be like, you want to play an old AOS 3 game just for lols? And they'd be like, yeah, man, let's do it.
I mean, a part of me would almost happily just say, okay, let's not do AOS 4, right? Let's just play AOS 3. We literally owned our battle tomes for a year, right? Or a year and a couple of months at this point. So I'd quite happily keep hold of those. We started a campaign. I'd love to finish that off in AOS 3. However, I can understand people just being excited about AOS 4, wanting to play AOS 4, to try it out so we can, talk about it on the podcast, so we can just play it to see for ourselves if it's any good. So I can totally we will almost get distracted by AOS 4. But I would almost quite happily, I'll say it now, happily go back and play more AOS 3. Unless AOS 4 is wildly amazing, and even if it is, occasionally go back as a little retrospective, like how we keep talking like, we should play a game of 5th or 6th or 7th edition of 40k, that we should give it a go. And I'll definitely keep hold of the books. I don't want to get rid of any of those. So time capsule it and make sure I've got an army that I could play with it as well.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it for sure. I think that here's the thing: I'm very glass half full at the moment about AOS 4. I think that I am hopeful that we will get a great addition and something that really makes me excited to be, moving forwards and engaging with it. But also, I think there is just a sort of, I think the more and more, as ridiculous as it sounds, and it's strange because I've been playing this game for so long, and you think you'd get the memo. But I do think there is something to be said for, like, with the way that the games work now and the way that I collect and build stuff, I should just become one edition, one army, and then just move on,
Yep. I know. I've met people at Warhammer World that do that. I've met people at Warhammer World that every time they go to an event, they make and paint a new army, which is incredibly incredible. But doing it per edition, I think, is fine. Although I feel like I'm just a bit too slow. I'd have to basically paint an edition ahead to make sure I can get it done in time.
I don't think that's true at all, though, Phil, because, at the end of the day, mate, come hell or high water, you are playing a 2,000-point army in 4 weeks' time.
5 weeks' time, but yes.
Which a year and a half ago you didn't know.
No, that's true. That's
so you can do it. You can do it. You know,
I need an airbrush-friendly army like the Nighthaunt to make it happen.
Maybe this is the Stormcast year, buddy.
Oh, could be. Yeah. So I'm sort of doing Stormcast with my Thunder Warriors, so I'm tickling that itch. Severon, they are cool minis. So yeah,
I think you should do Seraphon, mate. I think that would be super cool if for the new edition you moved into Seraphon.
Yeah, maybe.
But anyway, other AOS 4 stuff to talk about. They changed or slightly tweaked the way the priority roll works. What's your vibe on that, Phil? Well, what is the priority roll, first of all, Phil? I suppose we should probably do that.
Ooh, okay. Well, if you're someone that's never played it before, basically you alternate putting models down on the table. Whoever gets to finish putting the models down first effectively gets the priority, which means you choose whether you go or your opponent goes first that turn. And unlike 40k, it doesn't go, you go, I go, you go, I go. You roll off every turn. Also, every battle round. So you might get a situation where there's something such as a double turn, where you went last the previous turn, and now this turn you go first. So you get to do things twice, which can be very powerful. There's ways of offsetting it. So what happens is, yes, you roll off every turn normally. If you draw, it basically stays as the same order as the previous turn. But if you win, you get to pick.
Yeah. And almost always everyone would prioritize getting the double turn because there's no reason not to, really. It is only advantageous in theory. You get a second turn to wreak more havoc, and you also can score and do everything as you can. Or at least that's how it is in AOS 3. In AOS 4, it seems like they've tweaked it to suggest that if you find yourself in a situation where you double turn, you will not now be able to score a battle tactic. So again, some context required. The current AOS 3 mission structure is broken down into 4 different scoring criteria. Typically, 1 victory point for controlling a objective, 2 victory points for controlling 2 objectives, and a 3rd or potentially 2nd victory points if you control more objectives than your opponent. Because technically it is possible that you could control 1 objective and have more objectives.
Yes. Yeah.
So
especially
that's
turn 1.
Especially turn 1. So that's that criteria. Then there is this second, or rather in this case, 4th consideration, which is your battle tactics. So battle tactics are mission parameters that you select at the start of your turn. And if you accomplish the task laid out to you, say you need to be standing in a certain place or have killed a certain thing or have cast a spell, etc. If you perform that, you then get an additional 2 victory points, meaning that in a turn, you can score up to 5 victory points. In most instances, there are some battle plans that tweak that turn by turn.
Yeah. And then at the end, you've got the grand strategy, which is a thing you declare at the very beginning of the game that you think you can do, have more things in your opponent's deployment zone than theirs, stuff like that. And you get 3 victory points for that, I believe. I think is right. Yeah, 3, not 5, isn't it?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So basically, all of those things added together are very good as they are. But in an attempt to essentially make the priority roll and or the double turn less impactful, they're essentially now creating a situation where you have to take a choice, which is you can double turn, but by taking the double turn, theoretically, based on the criteria we've laid out, the most you can score in that turn is 3 points. What's interesting about this, and I haven't seen them clarify it, I don't know if you've seen anything on this, it doesn't state what or how that works if it is that you force your opponent to take a double turn. Because theoretically, because you choose with priority, if I went first and you went second, Phil, and I won the roll-off. Again, this is one of the problems with drip feeding these rules.
Yeah.
So it's probably not worth speculating on it. I'm going to assert that you get the option if you win it and you were going second. Maybe if you were going first and you win that roll-off, you have to go first again, because it would be quite irritating to be in an unadvantageous situation. Say you're an army that hasn't deployed very well or finds itself like waiting to receive enemies to, do something. Maybe my turn one, I was super cagey and you're like, oh, I can't overcommit. I'm going to be super cagey. And then I win the roll and go on then, off you go again. You're like, oh God, I still want to be. I still need to be super cagey.
It would be interesting if you force me to have a double, I lose a battle attack. It kind of makes sense because I am getting a double turn. But it will be interesting in that situation if it's only if you elect to get the double turn that you lose the battle tactic. That would feel more fair. I guess part of me was surprised that they kept the double turn in, because I feel like it's the biggest barrier to entry for new players or existing 40k players. The one thing I'd always heard about, and I've heard other people talk about it when I've said I like AOS, is sort of like, oh yeah, I just don't like the double turn mechanic. And I totally get that, but having played several games with it, it's never that bad, it seems. Sometimes it helps you win a game. Sometimes it helps you, you're losing a game and you can claw it back to a bit of an advantage. Sometimes you're losing and they get the double turn and they smash you and it just ends the game quicker. So I feel like it is a bit of it can be a win more, lose more mechanic. But, sometimes it's the great balancer. And it does definitely, there's more of a priority to not wanting to go first, which is almost unheard of in 40k. Everyone wants to go first. So I think it does a good job of balancing the game overall. The only other option I guess they could have switched it to is a sort of like a drawing unit mechanic, a bit like bolt action, where one unit gets activated at a time. So you have much more alternating actions. That would have been the only way forwards, I think, if they were trying to drop it completely. And I think also because there's not much shooting in AOS, it basically isn't as damaging. And the way charges work in AOS, basically you don't all get to go first because you charge like you do in 40k, which would make a double turn in, say, 40k example, very strong. Actually, most things don't shoot, so nothing's shooting twice. Obviously, there are exceptions, Caldron Overlords being one of them. So shooting armies do get to be very powerful in a double turn situation because they're basically doubling their shooting where they don't get hit back. However, when you charge in, you get to elect one thing to go first, and then you alternate, right? So ultimately, beyond that one first unit and potentially charge buffs that you can put on your units, you're playing an even game where you're alternating combats. So actually charging everything in is a bit of a rookie mistake quite often because you're going to get hit hard by your opponent just as much. So normally you need to commit several units to like one unit, like gang up on them, do these kind of tactics where you mitigate how hard you're going to get hit back in your turn. So ultimately, because of that, I think the double turn, yes, you get maneuverability options, you get to cast spells, you get to do shooting, but the actual combat itself, which is where most of the damage happens, it isn't so bad as people think it is.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you. I think having played a bunch of AOS now, I'm definitely a convert to that kind of flexible gameplay. I do think it would have been better for them to have gone to an alternating system and just had it that it's a you go, I go situation. That would have been definitely my preference. But at the end of the day, that isn't Games Workshop's, methodology when it comes to games design, and ultimately that's not Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar has an alternating turn sequence, or rather a shifting battle round system. That's kind of its USP. That's what it stuck with. I'm glad they did it. I'm frustrated that they felt that they needed to make changes to attempt to balance it, because I feel like AOS is a good spot and has always felt like quite a fun, balanced experience. The double turn definitely adds some interesting nuances to it, but ultimately I'm a fan of it, and I don't think it breaks the game the way that people perceive it does. I think in practice it's a lot more balanced than people give it credit for. And definitely more skilled players are much more accomplished at accounting for and managing it, which I think is also a really good skill expression because it shows that there is a difference between experienced, knowledgeable, capable players and just sort of average people playing together. But I think it creates a lot of fun moments. When me and Joe played AOS for the first time last week, the double turn created some interesting moments that made the game way more fun to play and engage with, and Joe was actually quite pleasantly surprised with the way that it actually played out.
Yeah, I'd almost rather they kind of lent into it. So if you're going to have a double turn in a game, make it that you have 2 double turns in a game. Just go crazy, multi-ball.
Wow, there's potential. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, theoretically, because in battle round 1 going in battle round 2, that could be a double. And then theoretically, yeah, you could have every sequence could be a double turn sequence essentially.
Sort of, yeah. It just doesn't happen that often. That's the thing.
You could have 4 double turns in a game, couldn't you? Because you can have battle round 1 into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into 4. Yeah, so you could have. Well,
2 from 1. It could be a double, and I guess that person the next person going last. So not from 2, but from 3 to 2. You could have 4.
You could just sequentially get double turns, not for yourself, but alternating double turns.
Yes, alternating. Yeah,
which again sort of creates an interesting nuance in and of itself. But I just think it's fine. It's funny because I'm reading this article. Matt from the game design team talks about how he asked lots of players about double turns. And I remember it was the first thing he said to me when I spoke to him at Warhammer Fest. He was like, what do you think of the double turn? Tell me what you think of the double turn. And I was like, yeah, it's cool. Keep it. Like, I think it's a good thing. I'm surprised though that they've added a system to try and mitigate it, but I'm not at the same time because I guess they just want to be in a situation where they kind of have their cake and eat it too.
I could imagine that they wanted to keep it. It's odd that they thought they wanted to balance it in some way, because when they said that they were changing the priority, I was like, oh wow, what they're going to do. Ultimately, they kind of kept it the same. With the exception of battle tactics. And battle tactics, as we're going to talk about in a bit, don't even work for the narrative play option, because that is a module that isn't used at all. So actually it doesn't affect one form of gameplay, which is an interesting concept in itself, that it only balances effectively tournament play and not the other style. So yeah, part of me is just surprised that they didn't get rid of it, because I feel like it's the bit thing putting new players off from joining AOS.
But you know what? Like, at the same time, I think we still have to be. I think they still have to be true to the established player base.
You're right. I do feel most players feel like that is part of AOS.
Exactly. If you don't,
it is culturally what distinguishes it ultimately from 40k.
If you don't get it and you don't like it, carry on playing 40k, right? Like, who cares? Like, just carry on doing that. I think at the end of the Games Workshop will give you a perfectly viable option that allows you to play that way. This is one of the things that makes AOS. Keep it, because that's what it's weird. I feel like Jeremy going to work at the last day in the episode of Peep Show where they closed the office. Do you ever remember that episode of the Peep Show?
No.
So Mark works at like a office and he gets Jeremy a job to be like on the phones, and Jeremy comes in and works one morning and it happens to be on the day that they close the office. And basically they all go to this big like pub. They go to the pub to sort of understand what's happened, and obviously, there's a lot of people who are grieving about the fact they lost their job. And then Jeremy is kind of like getting in on Mark's grief. Mark's worked there for like 10 years. Jeremy's worked there for 4 hours. And he's like, I can't believe they fired us, Mark. Oh, it's so ridiculous. And Mark's like, you're encroaching on my grief. I feel like the same is true with us from AOS. I played it for a year. I feel like it's I can't really have the same kind of status as an established AOS player versus people who've been playing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Is where I was going with that. But I do feel like, as someone who has embraced it and is enjoying it now, that I feel like I am able to kind of assert that position of, you know, the reason I like AOS is because it is sort of true to itself and what it is and what it wants to sort of express. And I think let's not change that too much, which, intriguingly, I'll tell you what, not the last thing, there is one thing I really want to deep dive into with you, but the last of the kind of lighter elements is the modular rules piece that they speak about. This, to be honest with you, I'm surprised, but not surprised that they are going into detail talking about. This is so much more of a design tool and so much more of a game creation piece, but obviously because of that symbiosis we need to know about it because this is going to be integral to how they update the game. But this to me feels like just a quality of life thing that really only benefits the design studio, and you know the benefits that we get as gamers is relatively light.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I don't think they did a good job, particularly of explaining the actual practicality of it, but basically they're like, it's all modular. So you have the core rules, which is moving, fighting, shooting, unit coherency, and objectives. Everything else is advanced rules, something I've been advocating for a long time, for beginners. Just play the basics, and then when you're ready, you can play the advanced rules, which is predominantly what you'll be doing for like tournament play. So the advanced rules, you have commands. So this is one module, commands. Number 2 is terrain. Then you have magic. Then you have army composition. Then you have command models, and then you have battle tactics. And the idea here is sort of the way they've spun it is that you can kind of pick and choose the ones that you want to do. If for whatever reason you decide you don't want to use magic or you don't want to use terrain, you don't have to. I kind of feel like that's how people play 40k and AOS anyway. If they don't want to use the terrain rules, people don't use the terrain rules, especially in AOS. The mysterious terrain table has existed. I have never rolled on it once. It's existed in 40k for 6th, 7th edition. We pretty much never used it unless we were forced to. So I like that they're explicitly stating that, but it sort of feels a bit obvious. But that is me, I guess, as an experienced tabletop player. Maybe this is more for new players getting into it and making it more accessible for them. But they sort of talk about that there's different ways that you can play the game. We'll use different modules. So as I mentioned before, Path to Glory, which is a narrative one, basically doesn't use the battle tactics module. Spearhead doesn't use any of the advanced rules. It's just using the core rules and I guess some kind of spearhead mechanic maybe that's baked into the core rules of the war scrolls of the spearhead. However, Match Play in General's Handbook, basically you use all of them. So it's not like there's any that don't use magic, for example. So it's not that modular. You're basically using all of them or none of them, with the exception of the battle tactics for Match Play. And they sort of imply that if something's a bit broken, rather than errata a line or two, they're gonna just roll out an entire module, which seems a bit over the top to replace the existing one. The way they sort of explained how they can swap things out for like seasons didn't particularly make sense. Oh, plus the General's Handbook features all the advanced rules plus seasonal rules. So that is really a 7th module, but they've sort of bolted it on, but it didn't.
Well, no. No, that's where this comes into effect, right? Because the seasonal rules is them ultimately updating those modules. So the way they describe it is that the situation that you have currently is you have a core rule book that covers all these topics: the command phase, terrain, magic. All of that is expressed in your core rules. So when you want to expand those systems, you're layering on top of what is already there. So when you add the current GHB, and you start adding in all of this new magic lore, you've got to take an existing system and then you've got to layer new stuff onto it. And the way that you essentially do that is by writing rules that then have to interact with rules that are in the core rulebook that, again, have been errated, have been FAQ'd, are themselves kind of nuanced from where they were originally in the printed materials. This essentially means that what they are saying, what they will do, is they will not hand you a rule that references another rule. They will just hand you a page, and everything on that page is relevant for that rule. I.e., don't pay attention to other books or other things. All the magic rules are in one place. This is how we're playing it now. And to me, that makes sense from a design distribution perspective in terms of rules. However, what's not clear is, are we now basically moving into a situation where these updates are only going to come via printed media with the support of digital codes and apps, or are they going to actually be updating these and freely distributing them through digital methods? I think we're going to see a hybrid of both. I think they're going to be releasing things in books, and then they're going to be erratering them, FAQing them, and then we're basically going to see these things being updated on a regular basis. I would suspect that we won't necessarily be getting this stuff for free. I think it's going to be tied to General's handbooks, but maybe there is a kind of errata, and maybe, again, they're linking this into the app slightly more to do those updates. But like I said, the problem is with this to me is like, cool, but ultimately it's an interesting system that illustrates that they're going to be looking to change the rules on a regular basis. But in a way, it's kind of mad, because it's like, okay, so what is this? What is this edition if all it is an opportunity for you to change stuff all the time? Which, admittedly, is kind of what happened with AOS 3 anyway. It's just sort of, I don't know, man. Like, what I'm seeing here is like, it's just, it's a bit of a specialist statement.
It's a bit of a weird one. So they're saying, hold on, let me get my phone out again so I can look at that. Let's say you're going to do a theme for a new season, and we're going to basically go, okay, command models, whatever that might be. We're just going to change that. Actually, let's do terrain, because that's easier. We're going to take terrain. We're going to theme it to the realm of fire. We're going to give you new rules where everything's light and does damage and stuff. And that's the one module that we're plugging into this new season. Like, I sort of get that, but the way they've currently got it, if you look at the current General's Handbook, but yes, they've got magic, so that's one module, but then they also adjust army composition. That's another module. There's battle tactics. That's a third module. So it's like they've already given us 3 modules for the current season. And so it's like they're already doing it, but it's just phrasing. It's just how they're describing it is ever so slightly different. And the bit that gets me is the errata stuff. So let's say the magic rules don't quite work and they're going to tweak. They just need to change one line because of, let's say when you roll double ones, it does mortal wounds to damage because you've done a critical fail, whatever the wording is. I can't quite remember off the top of my head. Let's say they just want to change that to D3 to D6. Technically, they're going to roll out an entire module to change one line, which, ultimately is seamless when it comes to the app. They just change that one line. But we still need to be informed about what that change is, which is effectively an errata that says change this one line in this module to be this other line, because that's ultimately what it is. Because what we need to know is the change log between what's new and what's old. If they're going to give us ring binders, for example, which is how most of the season books come in anyway, in like a ring form. If they're going to give us like physical pages to be like, okay, cool, ditch the old magic section, and here's a little pack that you can get from your Games Workshop store to swap out 4 pages of rules for 4 new pages. I'm kind of down with that. I think that would be quite a fun thing to do. I mean, it might get a bit tiresome, but it does mean you're constantly got an updated physical thing that doesn't revolve spending 25, 30 quid at a time to swap out a couple of rules. It's like a £2.50 or £5 pack to swap out my module. Like, that as a concept is cool, but they still physically need to tell us, here are the changes. Here's the couple of lines that we're erratering and where they are and where they sit, which is what we have already.
Yeah, but I guess their logic is by changing the whole thing, they can be more prescriptive with it because you basically just observe the whole thing and don't have to think about some of the individual bits. But here's the thing, mate. I genuinely feel like, again, just feels like a real nothing burger in the sense that it's just like,
it's
whatever.
It sounds great, but I can't visualize the practical application of this until I see it, and that will be the main thing. Like, does this work from a gaming point of view? Does it work for seasons? Is it more seamless for us as a consumer to consume updates to the game via this method? Then brilliant, because that's ultimately what we want. If it is some nice internal buzzwords that the design team can, justify their paycheck, but ultimately is harder for us to use as an end product, then that's not great. So I hope it does work. It sounds great. I can't imagine how it is going to work until we see it. And ultimately, it might not even be down to how it gets it's down to how we consume it, how often these updates are going to be coming. Are they paid for? Are they free? Is it going to be via the app? Is it physical medium? It's all of those things that ultimately dictate whether this concept works or not. Like, the concept might be brilliant, but if the rollout or the frequency of it isn't very good, that's when we hit problems.
It's fair to say that with what they're sort of declaring, what you're looking at with AOS at the minute, I'm really intrigued to see what the necessity is going to be for printed media and purchasing of that printed media in this particular edition, because I don't know, man, like when you see like statements of intent from them to essentially constantly update, alter and change stuff, you are kind of entering into a world where they are effectively saying, we're building a live system and we're intending to sell you book after book after book. It's like, well, maybe just don't get the books anymore. Like, I don't know. It just sort of feels like...
Yeah. So a few things have sort of annoyed me a little bit. So one, the campaign books that we currently going through, the Twin-Tailed Comet Crusade, there's, I think, 5 or 6 books in total. They come out pretty much one every couple of months. They haven't even released the last book or even announced the last book, and yet they basically launched a new game which completely indexes all the armies. So all the rules, with the exception, I think, of the Armies of Renown, are invalid. Because
not even those Army of Renown rules are invalid. Everything.
No, I thought they said the Armies of Renown.
No, they're giving us new rules for.
Oh, okay. So basically, they've spent, and I guess this happens all the time, but it's like they've spent the last 6 months to a year selling these campaign books literally to just be like, they're pointless other than for the story. Most people haven't had a chance to build units to play. You've got to buy the Armies of Renown, you've got to get some games, you've got to play a campaign. Most people haven't got to even enjoy these books yet. I sort of wish there was like almost a 6-month period where there was nothing happening for AOS, where people could just finish off the thing that they've just bought from Games Workshop to enjoy that system. And then they go into the new edition, and that break would give time to actually people to enjoy. The other thing that annoyed me is, so was it Adepticon we've just had? Literally the MetaWatch article that came out last week. You've got Matt and Stu Black there talking about how great the games are in. We finally got the faction balance is perfect. We can now start looking at internal balance. Well, isn't this amazing? Internal balance. But oh wait, not for AOS, because actually we're going to scrap all the rules and completely redo it from the ground up, and therefore isn't going to be as play tested. So we've got 3 years into an edition to the point where they can finally go, oh yeah, it's all balanced now. We can finally look at the internal balance, and then they're just throwing it all in a bin and starting from scratch. And that was talked about. They didn't really mention it, but it's like, I don't know. It was odd that they were talking about it literally at the event where they announced AOS 4. I guess maybe their view is we needed to scrap everything to do the internal balance. But it feels like if it was iterative, they could have done the internal balance for the new battle tome, building off of the established parameters and stats that they've collected for the last 3 years.
AOS as a range, specifically Stormcast and some of the other things, have become too bloated. They had to get rid of a lot of that bloat by basically just culling it from existence. Obviously, we've seen large amounts of stuff just getting removed. And then, they're basically solving a problem that they ultimately created. And to me, yeah, I just don't buy any of that. You're absolutely right, Phil. I feel like the first time they did this was End Times. It stands out to me as the first time.
Yeah, because End Times was... 8th edition was...
Yeah, End Times was 8th edition going into... Well, so 8th edition followed Age of Sigmar.
Yeah,
so AOS.
So AOS, then it was 8th edition 40k, right?
Correct, yeah. Sorry, because obviously the 8th edition of Fantasy was killed off with End Times. That's what kind of kerfuffled me there. But anyway, yeah, so End Times felt like the big first instance where they did this. But then ever since then, every edition of Age of Sigmar, every edition of 40k from 7th onwards has done this, where they've just basically sold us a bunch of worthless books while they then move on to an entirely new game which renders everything that's in those books irrelevant, which is a really...
Well, yeah, I worry that they've gone and they looked at 10th edition where it's like, actually, basically, you had from, let's say, 2nd to 3rd edition of 40k all the way through to 7th as an iterative system where the codexes were still valid. Actually, I think maybe 2nd and 3rd, they redid them, but 3rd onwards,
3rd edition was,
you pretty much always, your old codex was still valid until your new codex came out. It was all iterative and all built upon each other. 7th, they scrapped it. They reset it all. They gave you indexes. And then, so 8th edition, so you got your index. 9th, it just built on that. So great, your codex rolled over. And then 10th, they've gone, well, actually, we're going to scrap it all and start again. This time, we're also going to sell you some cards that you can buy. And part of me thinks, like, have AOS gone, well, this is a great money winner. We sell these War Scroll cards, plus a battle tome now. So let's find a reason to do this for AOS. Maybe it's not as bad with AOS because actually 1st edition to 2nd edition built upon itself, 2nd to 3rd built upon itself. So you've had not quite 10 years, but almost 10 years. And is that a cycle of we're going to reset things every so often? Like 40k resetting every other edition is too soon. If it was every 3 or 4 editions, every 10 years, I think people could cope with that more than something that happens every 6 years. Because that feels, far too soon when it takes ages to build your army.
I will just say this, though, mate. The change from 7th to 8th edition was totally necessary because of, again, a problem that Games Workshop created for themselves, which was a mass trying to find a word, just a mass amount of a new, it was just bloat. They went, oh, here are super big things, here's flyers, here's this, here's that. They had to come up with a system where a Imperial Knight could more naturally exist in a game alongside a grot. That was the thing they had to try and balance out, because in 7th edition, coming up with rules for all those super heavies that they were adding loads of became really complicated. So they were like, look, we've got to create a system that scales better, because the 7th edition system does not scale well in the same way that, what they did for 8th edition did. The problem is with 10th edition is it doesn't do anything that the old editions didn't do better. That's the thing that completely boggles my mind. Is like when I look at 9th edition 40k and 10th edition 40k, I can't point to one thing that 10th edition does better than what came before, or what one thing it addresses that couldn't have been achieved with the old 9th edition system.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could say it streamlines army building.
Yeah, but you could have done that with the 9th edition rules.
No, yes, I feel like the issue we always talked about with 9th edition was the codexes and the complexity of them, and you could have changed that, but maybe they thought, well, okay, if we dumb down a codex to not have those rules, that army, you're basically buying into a weaker army than your previous codex, so therefore it's not going to compete as well against those other factions using their old codex. Although you could have just, said for match play, don't use these faction specific rules, don't use X rule, just FAQ it basically to knock some of those out so you're all on a sort of parity level. And I sort of feel like maybe that's what they've talked about with AOS 4 is they've gone, well, actually, some of the damage output on these units are too much. We want to knock them all down, but we can't just roll that out from a codex by codex, or battle tome by battle tome, because you're basically getting a weaker army than the previous one. So therefore, we just need to reset it all at once. I kind of get that. And they've, I guess, made some quality of life changes. Like they talk about, they've changed wounds to health, which feels like a very sort of game, like computer game mechanic, like the wording. And I think to me, wounds make sense, but I've grown up on every game system using wounds, whereas health feels like a computer game. But, if you're trying to get new players, most players have played a computer game, or they've done role play maybe where health is the stats. So I get it that it's sort of like an evolution of the game, but it feels like my one worry is that they become less like tabletop games, and I sort of feel like that's what's happened with 10th edition. And I think even Rick mentioned it in the outro, spoilers for the future, that Rick Priestley, there's a great interview with Rick Priestley, and in that he actually says the newer editions they take more elements from board games and card games and less from tabletop games. And I feel like that's the evolution that Games Workshop's taken, and that's the bit I sort of rail against basically, because I kind of like the tabletop elements of my tabletop game, and less so the more card game and board game mechanics, even though that's probably more universal to people.
Yeah, I think the terminology you're looking for is war gaming as opposed to tabletop gaming, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But this is the thing, right? But that's my concern with this is the thing. If they change a bunch of rules in 4th edition that didn't really need to be changed and are worse than what they had already, which is exactly what happened with 9th to 10th. 10th just took stuff and made it worse. They had sensible systems that resolved a lot of things in 9th edition that worked way better than then. It surprises me that so many 40k players haven't just rejected this and just gone back and continue to play the 9th, because it surprised me that as many people have accepted 10th for what it is. But the thing is the core audience that accepted it is the tournament players, and 10th edition, if it does anything right, is it satisfies the needs of tournament players to play ever expanding, everlasting games of competitive 40k that seem to go on forever. This is the thing. I went to a 40k tournament last weekend, and I've been to a couple since 10th edition, but it just feels like the game just keeps getting longer and longer, and it doesn't seem like there's any way out of it. I used to take Knights to try and speed it up. I took Knights last weekend. The game is, because everyone else's armies are humongous, it still takes forever. So it's I'd love to, I don't know. I feel like, for me, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with 4th. But the last thing to just do a bit of a deep dive on, and sorry to cut you off, it sounded like you were going to say something in response to that, but the last thing to talk about is building armies. And this, to me, was the thing that I was most worried about, because I was terrified that they were going to 40k it and just go, do whatever you want. It kind of feels like they're going to give us that. I haven't seen any reference in this, unless I'm unsure, that restricts your army construction to have to include battle line units?
No. As far as I'm aware, from what I remember, there wasn't. So the way it works now is you've got your heroes, your characters, you've got battle line, you've got monsters, artillery, and I think you also have just sort of generic other units that are, your more elite stuff, whereas battle lines, your kind of cool units, as we get in 40k as well. And you get restrictions on how many of each ones you can have, depending on the points you're playing. So, you might have 1 or 2 artillery pieces. You might have a couple of monsters that you can have, and depending on the battle pack or the season, that might change. You also have battalions currently. You don't need any, but you can plug your models into a battalion. Battalions have different structures, so one might require one commander plus 1 to 2 sub-commanders plus a couple of battle line or a couple of other types of units, and if you can fill it out between its kind of your minimum and your maximum, you can unlock some benefits. So you might get an extra unique item or an enhancement or battle trait. You might get something, and you can have as many of those as you want, as far as I'm aware. There might be a limit, but normally you just fill your army composition into those battle regiments, and Bob's your uncle. It was a bit confusing, I think, when we were first learning the game, how it worked. We didn't realize, and I guess also within the app, like how it all works, and you can add units to the regiments. So I think there is a bit of a learning curve there, and I feel like they've streamlined that now. So now you have 1 to 5 regiments. Each regiment must have 1 hero to start off with, and up to 5 units, with one of them being your hero. And then, each one must contain 1 hero and 0 to 3 non-hero units, or 0 to 4 if it's your general. You can also still reinforce units, which is doubling the size and doubling the cost of those units. You used to be able to reinforce twice, so you could triple them, but you can't do that anymore. So that's minimizing the sort of crazy size units that you could potentially do before, which is probably good for balance. And then it does say that some hero units allow additional extra units in them. But as it stands, you get 5 regiments. You can technically only have up to 5 heroes. I think the cap at the moment in the game is 6, so it's not too dissimilar. But also, each of these regiments is a single drop. So you drop your units one at a time via the regiments. So if you've got 3 regiments in your army and I've got 2, I'm a 2-drop army. You're a 3-drop. I will win priority because I'll have less drops when we're deploying. That's how that works. I hope I've done a good job of explaining it.
No, you really have, mate. Appreciate that. I think there is this auxiliary unit element, which
yes. So the auxiliary is it sort of implies that big things like monsters and artillery pieces might end up going in auxiliary. So if you can't fit anything into a specific regiment, it will end up being an auxiliary unit, and each auxiliary unit is an extra drop. So potentially if you want a big monster, that is 1 drop in its own right. I think that's how it works. And whoever has less drops also gets the command point as well as the priority, and they get that command point per battle round. So it's trying to make list construction really important. So you want to go for the smallest number of regiments, which is the same with previous AOS, where you want the least amount of battalions, which is just different wording, basically. I think my concerns about it is it's potentially penalizes horde armies and penalizes armies that require lots of heroes to function, because from what we've seen, you can only have 1 hero per regiment, although they have said that there are regiments that allow you to do more, or certain heroes that allow you to have more. So that will be interesting to see how it plays. So for example, I think my 1,000 point army for Nighthaunts has 3 heroes in, which basically means I'm taking a 3-drop army. assuming I can then fit in all the other units. And actually most of those would be like, I think the actual units, there's only 3 or 4 in there.
I mean, don't forget though, Phil, as well, of those 5 regiments. I mean, each of those 5 regiments could just be 5 characters or 5 heroes with nothing else in them.
Well, yeah, but yes, but that's bad because that means it's a 5-drop army. You can't.
Oh yeah. I'm not suggesting
you
it's
can't
good.
Fit
I'm just saying.
them. Yeah, so it seems like you have a natural cap on the number of heroes and miniatures potentially you can have in your army based around these 1 to 5 regiments. But ultimately, until you can see how your particular army will fit into these, it's a bit too soon to judge. But also, one of the other things that we're talking about with the 40k stuff is they've done away with the naming conventions. Is you have heroes and you have non-hero units, I think, and that's it. So they don't have artillery, they don't have monsters as a category anymore, and that's the thing that's turned it a bit more like 40k, and that's the bit I'm a bit worried about.
Well, here's the thing though, right? Because again, the auxiliary unit isn't very well explained at this point. So the auxiliary unit is things like monsters and artillery. Fine, it's not too terrible in that situation. From a 40k perspective, I hate the current army construction in 10th edition. It's probably the worst thing about 10th edition. It's always been, in my opinion, the weakest aspect of developing and creating game systems by Games Workshop. One of the things I really hated about 6th edition 40k when they first announced it was that they triumphantly told us that they were going to allow us to do allies. And I was like, oh, God, that's going to wreck it. And it's funny because in the case of 40k, they've really tried to move away from allies, even though you can do some minor allies now. They've really streamlined that because I think over time they've realised it, is a bit of a road to nowhere.
It's just really hard to balance.
Yeah, exactly. But, at the same time, they've kind of opened up the floodgates as it concerns these other rules and rather army construction rules where you've just got unbelievable amounts of freedom. So it's going to really depend on what the auxiliary unit is. And also the fact is that, as you've identified, Phil, there is still a mini game to this, which is optimizing your list around multiple drops and figuring out how to have that efficiency and obviously taking the limited quantity of auxiliary units. And again, to me, actually, one of the core system issues of modern Warhammer games is that numeracy is always going to be a better win condition than power. Like, you can have a super elite army, but the games always seem to lean into more units. If you've got in a 5-turn game of Warhammer, if you've got 20 units against 5 units, the 20 units, despite the fact that they are weak and cannot do anything against the 5 units, will probably win most of the time because the numbers are just not on the side of the 5 because they can never do enough damage. AOS does it better because of the way that they manage wounds, although obviously we don't know how they're doing that in 4th edition. They may be adopting a 40k 10th edition style approach where wounds don't spill over. I doubt it, but maybe they will. We just don't know. This, to me, isn't as egregious in theory as 40k, because ultimately most of the factions don't have enough variety of stuff that this could be a problem. I.e., if I'm playing Cruel Boys, right, I've literally got the thing where I'm like, okay, cool, here's my Cruel Boys character. I now need to give him a unit. What options have I got? I've got Bolt Boys. I've got the Stabber lads, the ones with the shields and the things. I've got the Hobgrots. And then...
Well, yeah, because there was one thing that we forgot to mention, and that is, I believe, the hero you select for that regiment determines what units you can actually put into that regiment. Because they want themed regiment. Oh, I get, but part of me feels like that will potentially have really boring regiments where they all kind of look the same. So you've got your Maw Crusher, big flying potato. You've also got your Aurochs on pigs. Imagine if you can't take that as a regiment now, because you've got the big pig war boss. So actually, if you want to take your little pigs, you have to take your big pigs, or you take your big pig. No, you take your Maw Crusher, and then your little pigs have to go as an auxiliary because it falls outside of a regiment. Potentially, that is how it might work. And it feels like you'll end up with more thematic regiments, but all the regiments are quite samey, based on the theme. So if
it sounds like, yes, you are correct in that sense, that obviously one aspect of it is that you can take specific stuff, but it sounds like there will be a generic common core that you can add to any of these forces. So in the case they give us here, they talk about you can take this one type of thing, but you can still take these generic core units.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, though. I like the fact that they still kept the layers in there of mini game, and it's way more actually interesting than what 40k does, because at the end of the day, whether you take 1,500 points or structure your army list in any which way in 40k, doesn't matter. It still goes down the same. No one cares. You still roll off to see who goes first, so it's fine. This has got layers to it. It's got the ability that if you have a smaller army made up of less regiments and less auxiliary, you're going to be able to control, priority, but also you're going to get additional command points, which is going to be helpful. And again, probably speaks more to your elite nature. I think this is the thing. I think the complexity of this is I looked at it from the off through the eyes of 40k, and in 40k it doesn't work because 40k armies are massive. But again, if I go to, I don't know, I'll pick one at random, Maw tribes. Here we go. I've not looked at Maw tribes in ages. What is in a Maw tribe army? Got quite a lot of stuff by the looks of it, but it's 28 listings. I mean, realistically, there's a few different types of units here, but ultimately, to get an army going, I'm still going to have to get some gluttons in there who are basically the standard troop choice. If I was looking at Auric war clans and I was thinking about Cruel Boys, as I say, there's Gut Rippers, there's Man Skewer, Bolt Boys, and then, there's Hobgrods. And so it's if I'm taking a Cruel Boys army, admittedly, they will get a second wave almost certainly, but it's how many options have I got? Not that many. So, it's going to be difficult for me just to spam. I mean, don't get me wrong, I suppose the option is there. So say if the Beast Skewer Killbow, which is their artillery piece, turns out to be the greatest thing in the game, I guess I can spam it like crazy, but maybe not if that becomes an auxiliary choice and it isn't usable as a main thing. So I think that's the thing. I think the limited amount of miniatures within the range creates a level of help that you didn't see in 40k. Because the problem in 40k is because there's no restrictions, everyone just takes the best stuff all the time. That's why Necrons have loads of Wraiths and all this kind of stuff, because there's no limit to what they can do.
Yeah. No, I see what you mean. That does make sense. And I think that aspect could be really good, but I think until we actually get to play around with it, it's a bit hard to know for sure. I think when they were they're getting rid of the categorizations of, obviously you got heroes and non-heroes, and I guess you don't even get battle line anymore. Has that just gone?
Battle line's gone. Yeah.
So what I didn't like about when they got rid of the categories, HQ elite, heavy, fast attack, I thought that was great world building and theming of those units to give you a sense of what they do from the off. But if you look at the AOS ones, you have your characters, you've got your battle line. Some armies have monsters or behemoths, and some have my mind's gone blank. Artillery pieces, and that's kind of it. Like the Nighthaunt, you've got a bunch of characters, a couple of battle line, and then everything just falls under other. Now, potentially, I would argue maybe you need to add more categories. Like maybe you have, cavalry could be a category. You could also have like elites of some kind that could fit in there just to help contextualize those units, especially when you're in an army builder and you're like, oh, where can I find this? If you got a massive long list like you do with Space Marines, it's very difficult to find stuff. It's less of an issue, as you say, with AOS because the factions are a lot smaller, so they could potentially just get away with it. And I guess it does free people up to just, those categories are meaningless. They don't have an impact on the game, but I feel like they have good world building aspects to them, and that's the bit that they're losing out. But ultimately, it doesn't, have an impact on the game. So I can sort of see why they've gotten rid of them.
This is the other thing as well, though, right? In AOS free, they have established that they have basically built customization within the army list construction that allows you to take other units as battle line all the time, like in Auric War Command.
Oh yeah.
I can take lots of different stuff as battle line based on my army selection. So really, at the end of the day, it's not difficult for me to turn up and have Gore Grunters as my battle line because I just take a certain type of army. Same thing for you. It's not difficult for you to have Hex Wraiths as your battle line because you just go, that's done. It's just Hex Wraiths just are battle line, but there are like if I was to take one of the characters, it would unlock another unit type. It unlocks like the crossbow ghost to be battle line because they thematically fit with him. And I really like that sort of sub-faction elements to it. I think it's really thematic. And they kind of did it with Deathwing, right? You unlock some battle line units. Don't your Terminators become battle line if you're take a certain detachment in... these days, no. But again, because in modern 40K...
the newest one did, I thought.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, you just take Terminators.
Fair enough. Again,
because in 40K it doesn't matter, but the problem is, as I say, in 40K, because you can take stuff like Terminators, and they are. This is the thing, like 40K sort of struggles under the weight of its history, which is that these are massive ranges, and there is so much stuff in 40K that was clearly designed to be the Boggo troops, and because it was all designed around old game design principles, so they were like, oh yeah, well we got to have a squad of Guardians. Like, the truth is, if you were making 40K today with the rules that they have today, you wouldn't bother with Guardians, because what's the point of them? Oh, yeah, this is just the rubbish unit. It's like, oh, cool. Who's going to want the rubbish unit? It's like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, why would you have Intercessors when you can have Hellblasters? Why would you have, Guardians when you can have Dire Avengers? Why would you have any of it? Like, why would you... I mean, it just boggles the mind the way that they've designed it in terms of where they're at now, but it doesn't if you understand the history of it. It's just, again, in the case of 40K, I think it's crazy because basically 40K is essentially creating a set of circumstances that there's little or no troop choice that you'd want to take in a 40K army, like, or at least troop choices of old. It's like, when I played on the weekend, I think my first game was against Drakari. They had some old troop choices in there. My second game was against Nid. They actually had some old troop choices in there. And my third game was against Sisters. That sister army didn't have a single troops choice in it. It was all, Nundums, the old, nuns and Gundam things.
Oh, yeah.
And like heavy weapon squads and stuff. It's like they didn't bring like a normal unit of troops. It's like, why would I do that? It's just stupid.
And the other thing that's similar to 40K is that basically they're not giving you sub-factions anymore that are tied to an actual colour scheme and a faction. It's now just play styles, much like in 40K, which part of me is a bit of a shame. I get it, but I sort of felt like in AOS people weren't as wedded to, oh yeah, it's got to be this color scheme to run this
No, not at
particular
all.
sub-faction in the same way that you were for 40k. So maybe it's for the best, but I like the idea that I was running Veteran World Host for my Nighthaunt, and I coincidentally painted them in that style. I mean, if I wanted to play any of the others, I just would, even if they're not painted red, like the Scarlet Doom, for example. And I don't think anyone would particularly complain about it. So maybe it makes more sense to just make that change. I sort of feel like you're just losing some of that theme and world building. But yeah, maybe they add that in some other way. Maybe it's just me nitpicking about that, lamenting the loss of something that very rarely gets used.
In current 3rd edition AOS, the battalion system, the battle line requirements, the hero requirements, the enhancements, the warlord traits or the general abilities, all of this is great. And the enhancement system in 40k isn't. I'm glad that I remain hopeful that it doesn't seem like they're moving into a situation where heroes join units, although they have now added this 3-inch combat range that implies that there's some necessity for them to be closer. So it's almost like they're moving
I'm not sure about that. Personally, I think it's just the regiments, like the drops. It might be they've got a drop near each other, but I don't actually know. It feels like you're just building your army into mini regiments.
So they stated at the start they're moving objective ranges to 3. But what they're also doing is they said that is going to be like the combat range. But that's also going to be the ranges for certain, like,
yes. So if there are auras, there'll be 3 inches as well. So you'll be next to them by necessity, but I don't think you're locked in any way to be. I mean, potentially with Lookout Sir might also require to be 3 inches, but you're not locking them into have to be a part of a unit. But I agree with that. But I feel like the way you build the army with these regiments that are themed to tie together, it seems like the units that are going to go in the regiment with your hero will likely be the ones that are the beneficiaries of any abilities that they have. And if you want to break away from that and do something non-thematic, you're being penalized with the auxiliary concept. So it might not be as bad that I was worried about, where it's like maybe you can build any kind of army that you want, but you're not going to be able to build the most optimized army in terms of the lowest number of drops to, score the priority, score the bonus command point resources. And that's the hit that you need to take for taking a spammy army. But yeah, my concern is that it will punish certain archetypes of factions, because some factions lean much more into heroes, or ones that lean much more to hordes or something like that.
I don't disagree with that assessment, mate. I think, with not meaning to make it sound like hyperbole, the current 3rd edition army construction system, the mini game within the drops and all the ways that they express that is fantastic. It's one of the best things about the game. It's really fun. You've got so much creativity in terms of how you can bring your armies to life on the tabletop. Your range of miniatures can be utilized in so many different ways. It is one of the things they didn't need to change, but they have. We'll see if it's good. But sincerely, I think it's pretty good as it is. So, I'm not going to necessarily. It's going to be. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt for now, but I feel like AOS 3 in terms of army construction is super fun. And again, the enhancement system in 40k, the way characters work in 40k, is probably one of the reasons why 40k 10th edition for me is one of the worst editions they've ever made, because characters are super boring and army construction is super boring. Yeah. And those are like the two things that, at the end of the day, one of the things I actually really valued about like 8th and then 9th edition was the way that they brought the warlord concept to life, and the way that you could build these incredible hero pieces. Like, I loved that in 8th. I loved the Smash Captains. I loved the aura overlays. I thought that was really fun. I loved heroic intervention. I loved all that mechanical fun stuff that they added. But yeah, I feel like in 10th, where they just went, oh yeah, so we won't do any of that now. It's just basically a unit upgrade piece, and it's dirt cheap, and it does very little, and you can give it a upgrade that really doesn't make any odds. And it's just like, oh, great, this is... Oh, and by the way, you're not going to customize war gear or do any fun anymore. It's just sort of... Because again, like as I say, like one of the things I found my personal hobby is I love the puzzle of writing lists.
Yeah.
And one of the things I like about AOS is it gives me that puzzle still.
Yeah,
but
I think that AOS stuff's very crunchy, which I think people like yourself, people like me, can really get into. I feel like the battalion system in AOS 3 is maybe a bit too complicated, or it's a barrier to entry because it is a bit confusing when you're learning the game.
All of this is complicated. I'm sick of this perspective of like, let's make a complicated thing that's still complicated, less complicated. It's flipping complicated.
Well,
like,
there's
gaming, I just
you could say
please
that
don't make it less
just
complicated.
because it's complicated, the assumption is complicated equals bad.
Yeah, which it doesn't.
But complicated is bad when you're learning the game. And that's why you need a distinction between core rules and advanced rules. And, you know, if battalions, regiments, whatever they're now going to be, is an add-on, as we talk about, as a modular element. So, yes, when you're learning the game, when you're playing your first 3, 4, 5 games, you don't play it, obviously. And I think when we were playing it, we kind of just ignored them because we were like, it's a bit complicated. We're just play some games. And then once we got the hang of the core rules, we could then bolt on these slightly more complicated rules. And once you get a hang of it, you appreciate the complexity because it's what keeps you engaged in the game. The problem with, as you say, with 10th edition, it's too simple. The enhancements don't really add flavor or depth to your characters. Yeah, there's some combos that you can do, but it's not as much to keep you engaged. Characters basically have to join a unit because if they don't, they just die instantly because there's no real way of protecting them. So, and then all they are is they're an upgrade piece, as you said, for one unit. They can't, do an aura buff to many units, which sort of makes sense from a balance point of view, but thematically is maybe not as fun as the days when we had auras. So yeah, I like that they've said that they're keeping, the command traits and the enhancements into AOS. So it's slightly more complicated, I hope, than 10th edition. Because I like that depth to it. I like customizing a character and giving it a warlord trait and a relic for 40k terms of 9th edition. I like those elements. And yeah, the crunchiness of it is what I think war gamers want out of a game. But I appreciate it. So yeah, those elements, if they keep them in, are going to be great. Yeah, I think to summarize, we've sometimes been a bit negative, or at least I know I have, but it's, because we're being drip fed, it's really hard to make a real judgment call because we're seeing some things making decisions or ideas based on how the game currently plays, how 40k plays. And I think a lot of our worries have been, it sounds like they're making it like 10th edition, which is not necessarily what I want out of AOS. I do want AOS and 40k to be different systems and to play in different ways. Otherwise, why play both other than the setting? But let's keep the mechanics quite separate, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully it'll work out fine.
Yeah. I distinctly remember when I last chatted with Matt at an event from the AOS team, I had the audacity to say to him, "Please don't muck it up." And he was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Just don't make it like how 10th edition has gone." And hilariously, his immediate response was, and to be fair, he's a company man, so I don't blame him, is, yeah, but it's been hugely successful. And I was like, oh, God.
They've got to nuts.
I just think that, but again, it's... Yeah, look, playing war games is complicated. Getting stuff painted, getting stuff assembled, learning rules, it's all complicated. Games Workshop make it more complicated by releasing new ones every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What's the name of it? Is it Goobertown Hobbies? I may have talked about it before.
I don't think you have, but yeah, Goobertown Hobbies, is a guy. Looks a bit like Valbjorn, I actually think.
He does, yeah, he does a little bit. But he did a video on why he doesn't really care about playing 40k anymore, because he's always like, the problem is with 40k is every time I pick it up, the rules have changed. Whereas if I'm playing Magic the Gathering or I'm playing D&D, it's broadly the same game it's always been. I'm just playing with some new bits in it, but the game's sort of broadly always the same. Whereas, like, it's true in the case of like 40k and AOS, they change this stuff all the time.
And they wildly change it as well if they're kind of constantly resetting things. And actually, one of the things that we said that we didn't want to see with 4th edition was a reset and an index edition. We were actually really happy with the rules. And we were like, this is a fun game. They need to make a few tweaks here and there. Like they could separate out the command phase and the magic phase as to distinct things. And they could just streamline things in that fashion without ultimately changing any of the fundamental rules. And because they've said they're doing an index, that does make you go, oh my God, is it all just being torn up and built from the ground up? How much of it is going to be the same as old AOS, but ultimately they're just tweaking things here and there? Like potentially it could be the same game, the core principles are the same, but what they've done is that they've completely redone all the stats to sort of do internal and external balance. They've changed how the building has worked, because things like the priority roll essentially the same. That hasn't really changed, I don't think. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the core principles and core rules shake out to be like. Because the Warriors, you've changed it when you didn't need to, but are they changing it because they know when they make big changes, they sell more stuff? I mean, that's what it probably comes down to at the end of the day. It's all about the money. And, at the end of the day, by them indexing it, as much as people like you or I who have invested in it and started being engaged with it will be about it, it does open the door to new people, because new people can go, now's my time. Now I need to jump in. Maybe, our listeners, for example, have been listening to us prattle on about AOS for ages and thinking, maybe this is, maybe now is the time. This seems like a good time to get involved. But yeah, that's 4th edition talk. We promise that we won't bring this up every episode for the foreseeable. We are still predominantly a 40k podcast, even though if many of you are starting to doubt that. We're on the 40k. No, we're on the AOS hype train, Dan. Come on. We got to ride this till the wheels fall off. Well,
indeed. But anyway, look, long story short is hopefully for those of you who are 40k players, you found something interesting. I think the model discontinuous conversation is always interesting, and that kind of makes up a good chunk of this. And then
that does sort of relate to 40k and the general practices of Games Workshop, I think. And I
should have almost broke that out as its own segment, really. But anyway, it is what it is. We did it this way. Yeah. All right. Cool. Any more for you, Phil?
No, I'm happily AOS'd out. I feel like I've got it out my system, at least for this week. But who knows what next week will bring.
It's always a journey of discovery. All right, cool. Well, we're going to move on to whatever it is that comes next. Thank you very much. Transitional noise. All right, in this part of the podcast, we are going to have a natter about Golden Demon and the various happenings and or situation around the most prestigious, so says Games Workshop, painting competition out there in the world today. So Golden Demon came from Adepticon, and a couple of interesting evolutionary things that felt like they were worth talking about. many of you listening to this podcast are almost certainly painting miniatures right now, or at the very least assembling them or thinking about them, I suppose. So yeah, we felt like maybe a topic about painting stuff would be interesting to you. And it also gives Phil more of an opportunity to flex the hobbyist side of the hobby. So yeah, Phil, what's the vibe?
Oh, yeah, I mean, congratulations to everyone that took part and won. Let's get that out of the way. Well, we might have some critical views, potentially. We're not dissing anyone in particular. Let's just say that from the outset. Although we want to have positive vibes. I'm not going that hard.
Yeah, sounds like we've got I mean, complete transparency. I've come into this very unopinionated. So, you know, this was very much one where Phil was like, we should probably talk about the stuff that's going on with Golden Demon. And I was like, what's going on with Golden Demon? And then he proceeded to tell me. And I guess if you're like me and didn't know, now we're going to hopefully enlighten you. So, yeah, I mean, where do you want to start, mate?
What do you want to do? The spicy gossip that all the painters and other people like that are talking about? Or should we build up to that to the end?
We can build up to that at the end. I think probably let's start with the celebration of all of the incredible work that has been obviously recognised and acknowledged here, because it's fair to say the standard quality ability of these Golden Demon painters, these award-winning painters, is at a level now that feels almost unattainable for mere mortals.
Oh yeah, completely. And I think the general consensus, I think, was last year was probably going to be the most highest standard, because that was effectively the COVID edition, where people had managed to have a lot more time to paint up their models than they normally would because of the normal yearly routine, plus the fact that due to lockdowns and COVID, people were having time off from work potentially, because lucky people got to go on furlough. So people got to spend a lot more time painting than they perhaps would otherwise. But this year is actually still a really high standard. And I do think, you know, if you look back even 5 years, I would say the standard has just gone up and up and through the roof. Whereas, yeah, as you were saying, I felt like a lot of categories you could look at, maybe not the sort of single miniature ones because they're the prestige ones, but a lot of the other categories you kind of think, oh, I could have a chance at getting something in that category. Maybe not gold, but I'd sort of like to feel like I could have competed in that circle. Whereas nowadays, with the exception of Youngbloods, but I'm obviously too old for that one there, you just go, oh God, these are all really like incredibly high standards. And I do still feel, we said it last year, and I still think it is to an extent, but the more niche categories are the ones where you could still potentially do well in, such as the like epic scale one, I think is quite underrepresented in terms of people taking part in things like Necromunda, the Blood Bowl ones. You might have a better shot at those ones, whereas the core categories are just completely unobtainable for a mere mortal. I think on average, you know, someone that wins or even, you know, places third or even maybe just gets, you know, a commendation or a finalist pin, they probably spent up to, if not more, 100 to 200 hours painting a mini. I can't remember which one, but I definitely heard someone say they spent about 200 hours painting and over 100 converting up the model, which is
absolutely wild.
It is insane. I mean, that is the hobby for them, I assume. Like, if they manage to somehow have armies that they also play and paint, props to you, because that would be seriously impressive. Like, yeah, do I spend even 100 hours a year painting everything within my collection? Probably not. I mean, I doubt it. So, yeah, you've got to be seriously committed to do this.
You definitely spend well over 100 hours pottering about in the shed, though, for sure.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, most of which is probably recording this show. But I mean, in terms of generally other stuff and kit bashing and stuff like that, I mean, I probably do get some good hours once I actually get round to painting. But it's probably, I don't know, probably couldn't be much more. than 100. I mean, it'd be fun to actually keep track of it, to actually work it out, I would say.
I mean, to talk, you mentioned the Youngblood quality levels as well. I mean, Youngblood feels like, as a category, is really inconsistent because we've seen really, 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 really high levels of painting, and I think a lot of the Youngblood category can be very different from place to place. I think last year at Warhammer Fest, the Youngblood winner was to an exceptionally high standard. Within the context of Adepticon, I would say it's to a really good standard. Certainly, in many instances, what I'm seeing here better than what I could produce. So I think ultimately incredible standard from these sort of young upcoming painters. I really actually quite like, with some of the pieces that the Youngblood painters have done, how they really kind of block out some of the tones and create. I don't know. There's a certain kind of utilitarianness to the way that certainly the bronze winner with the Grimaldus piece has really kind of tackled the character and has gone after that kind of non-metallic metal approach, but has actually, achieved something quite nice. Again, I quite admire that kind of approach and style, and I think, again, there's something really to be praised there from their side. But obviously, as you say, Phil, obviously, you could maybe have a chance if only you were considerably younger. What's the cutoff for Youngbloods now? Is it 16?
I would assume so, yeah. I mean, in a way, it'd be quite good to know what ages the Youngbloods entries were, because I think there's a vast difference between, let's say 14 and 16 and like a 10 to 12-year-old. Like, potentially you could split out Youngbloods into sort of subcategories. But it might be there's not, that many entrants to Youngbloods. And, I would personally like to see a lot more categories, so a lot more chance to enter into different sort of systems, or sort of styles. But obviously, I think they've got a limit on the amount that they can judge, and they're kind of capping it. So, one of the interesting topics of debate is, and I think they've done slightly different categorizations this time around, so you do get some weird sort of models competing against each other. So rather than having vehicles and monsters, that is now just one category. So it is a bit odd. You've got Vashtor going up against a Lehman Russ. They're two very different style of models. One is effectively just, a large scale humanoid, for want of a better word, even though he's a demon. And then one's a vehicle. It's like the techniques you're doing, one is very different from the other. So personally, I would like to see those two split out into two separate categories. But, I guess if you are trying to, if you've got an arbitrary cap on the number of categories you can do, this is probably the best way to go about it. One of my friends... go on.
I was only going to say one last thing on the Youngblood category, though.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think it's ever happened, or do you think there is any value in parents painting miniatures for their children and entering them on as children? Or do you think people have actually tried to sort of mirror that Johnny Knoxville movie where he competed in the Special Olympics, and then when he himself was not in possession of any disabilities that would otherwise qualify him for the Special Olympics, he just pretended? Do you think there's a chance that someone could turn up like that? Hey, fellow teenagers, or whatever it was, GIF with the skateboard and the cap.
Oh, right, yes. I'm down with the cool kids. Yeah.
Yeah. Like claiming one of those, that Robin Williams film where he was like a kid that looked like Robin Williams in his 40s. Was it Junior? Was that what it was called? No, I think that might have been the movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger gives birth. Anyway, doesn't matter. The point is, what I'm saying is, do you think that's happened ever? And if it hasn't,
I don't know. I mean, you assume that when it comes to things like homework, parents do help out. Hopefully they don't with Youngbloods, and that people take it a bit more seriously. last year, the Youngblood was exceptionally good. It made me go like, oh, surely a parent has helped them out. But, you know, I think some 16-year-olds or 15, however old they might be, just are incredibly talented. I think the wealth of knowledge that is out on the internet now makes painting to a high standard so much more accessible than it was in our, you know, our age when we were growing up, because literally there was like a painting pamphlet from Games Workshop and that was about it.
Which missed about 20 steps in between each bit.
Yes,
it was always do this and then this. And you were like, what?
The painting the owl meme, I think, is how that was best summed up.
I think as well also, though, it definitely comes down to like the technology in miniature paint production. Like,
that's
you know,
gone up loads recently.
Yeah.
As well.
Like, you know, back, you know, in the late 90s, like Citadel was pretty much one of the only kind of paint manufacturers that I was readily aware of, outside of obviously
Well, there was Army Painter was quite well known as well, but they were most well known for like the dip model dip method.
I don't even think they introduced that till later, though, did they? I think a lot of because again, a lot of the enamel based like model paints were very, you know, geared towards like model aeroplane kits and tanks and so on. So miniature painting.
So yeah, when you were a kid, it would have been Games Workshop plus, the tiny little scale model pots that you used to get, from various brands, at least in the UK. But yeah, even back, so when I got back into the hobby in the, let's say 2014, 2010, 2011, that sort of era, there wasn't much outside other than Games Workshop and Army Painter. And yeah, there was, there's probably some like airbrush rangers floating around. But I remember picking up the Imperial Armor Modeling Master class, which had loads of stuff about oil wash techniques, oil painting using, clear with a K, I think it is, the floor varnish for gloss varnishing your models. They had all the hairspray technique for chipping effects. All of that wasn't really known about other than books like that. And I think the big FAQ book, which is quite famous, from I think that was from MIG, that did that. And loads of like really interesting scale modeling techniques were there. They were in like physical books still. They weren't necessarily that accessible on the internet. And in the last 10 years, let's say, those painting techniques, but also, as you say, the improvement of the kind of quality of painting materials, access to different types of paints, things like contrast, that's just all blown up recently. So I think you can get a better outcome.
Oh, for sure. And then obviously just the myriad of other kind of like technologies and things that are layered on top. There's so much more, it seems, and I think this is one of the controversies of modern Golden Demon, but there's so much more to it than just getting a blister pack, not that they sell those anymore, but getting a box off the shelf and building it, putting some gunk on the base and basically submitting that as a painted miniature. It feels like these days, if you've not 3D printed some elaborate, base, or you've really gone to town scratch building, various components of the miniature, it just sort of seems that, your chances are diminished, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, in theory it shouldn't be, but it's like everyone that's won or placed on the page, you can see pretty much has done that. So I think it was with this year, they they made it easier. They weren't so restrictive on the base sizes. So before, I think you had to basically have it modelled on the base that it was, and now they've gone, well, you can go for slightly larger bases, it's fine. But what we have here, with the exception of pretty much Youngbloods, and maybe, I think, the Necromunda one, pretty much everything isn't on the standard base that it came with. Like, you got the Youngbloods with the Blood Bowl team, and is it Helbrecht? Not Helbrecht. Grimaldus.
Grimaldus,
You've got they're on standard bases, and some of the Necromunda stuff and Blood Bowl is actually, even the Blood Bowl stuff isn't really on a standard base. They're like on fancy plinths. But everything else almost is basically a diorama. It's like, it's sort of insane and I kind of don't like it. Like, it looks really impressive. It looks great. But as you say, the barrier to entry to, let's say, have a chance of winning basically means you need, to create a fancy diorama composition that you've scratch built or you've done something elaborate to, whether that's, as you say, 3D printing parts. You need a nice, like, backdrop to it as well. And it just feels like it's not just a painting competition, which, you know, you could say it probably hasn't been that for a while. It's always been like a bit of kit bashing and converting. But I sort of feel you get into this territory where it's not just the skill. It's not a level playing field, right? Because it isn't just a skill of buying a miniature from Games Workshop and doing something with that miniature. There's all these extra skills that you need. As you say, I sort of feel like if you're relying on people to have fancy plinths, fancy backdrops, or somehow 3D printing bits for either the miniature or the base, that's sort of a barrier to entry, it feels like. And, you know, maybe you have that in like an open category, and then the sort of standard categories are a little bit more restrictive. Potentially you could go into that, and that sort of, I guess, leads on to one of the big sort of debates going on, is the guy that placed gold in the single 40k miniature. Beautiful model, very well painted, well deserved win, I would say. But the thing everyone's talking about is that the backdrop is apparently AI generated and printed out. And it's like, that, if it didn't have it, yes, the piece as a piece of composition might not look as exciting or interesting. It definitely adds to it, but is it being judged for that when it's a painting competition? I think that's the thing we got to think in the judges' heads. But it certainly doesn't help. Sorry, it certainly doesn't hurt that they've got it in there. But should that have been, you know, painted by the person themselves? Like, I think under there is another one where it's like a Nighthawk miniature. I think it would be in the Horus Heresy category. Yeah, that's got a very sort of simple painted backdrop, and you can tell it's been painted, and that almost adds to it that everything here has been painted, because that's the point of the competition, versus something that looks super impressive but is almost too good to have been painted. And if they had painted it, that would be brilliant. I think they have kind of confirmed that it was AI generated, and, you know, I guess then there's a conversation about, well, there's nothing in the rules to say you can't do it, so for this one at least it's fine, right? But I guess the conversation that then is to have is, do we think that that's acceptable for future events, especially with AI becoming more prevalent in general?
I suppose the remark here is that, you know, what are they judging? If they're judging all of the components that make up the miniature and the, you know, the paint job on all of the three-dimensional items, then, you know, this is an exceptional piece. It is incredibly high standard, and the AI artwork that has been situated behind it is just there as a flourish, as an enhancement. You know, ultimately, this individual deserves, you know, to have won based on the overall composition and creation of the piece. It's not like that individual, you know, created the majority of this piece using AI. They essentially brought that in the final moment to kind of enhance it. Yeah, look, I think in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's an issue, but it's an interesting demonstration or interesting indication of the world that we're moving into in these creative spaces, with the, you know, ever increasing presence of AI. And I think, you know, it was only inevitable that we were going to confront this sooner or later. It's not surprising that we're seeing it as soon as we are. I would have imagined it might have been a little ways down the line before we confronted it, and I would have imagined that it would have been more significant than what we're seeing. But regardless, I think it is an interesting conversation, and it's good that it's happened because it means that, you know, the Golden Demon team need to make a judgment now on what they are comfortable with going forwards, much in the way that they've had to address 3D printing, the way they've had to address these custom bases, and, you know, other kind of third-party components. I mean, I imagine the thing that's crazy for the Golden Demon team a lot of the time is trying to make sure that none of the pieces that appear on these, you know, Golden Demon winning, pieces of art come from other kits. I mean,
yes,
for all they know, the vines that are actually three-dimensional vines, the models that are vines in the background, you know, those could have been 3D prints.
Well,
but they could have...
probably, yeah, because I think some of the bits have been 3D printed. I think it's on the Vastral base, the kind of claw rocks. I could be wrong. It could be from one of the other components. So it was either that base or the Warcry warband? And then the Underworld's warband that's got the sort of bones. I can't remember which one of those. I think one of them was from like a 3D printed, like, you know, basing shop. Not that the base itself was entirely 3D printed, but elements of it were. And I think there's potentially a few others that have kind of gone through, and I think that's just allowed. I think my personal take is that to keep things as fair as possible, everything on the entry should be either from Games Workshop or made yourself. I think with the exception of maybe the plinth that you're putting it on, because I think that's quite difficult to make yourself, and, you know, just, you know, that isn't really part of the entry. That's, I mean, you know, even the one that got gold in the singles, it's like the model goes into the plinth, but I sort of feel like that's work from them, not from someone else. But I think basing elements, backdrops, should all be made yourself, like, because that's what the competition really is. It's not a collaborative thing. And one of the other things that was pointed out to me was that previous years they sort of allowed sort of team efforts. So a lot of the ones we saw at Warhammer Festa had these big sort of custom busts that were beautifully done, and I think some of those did well in the open category. And apparently that was because it was someone had commissioned someone else to do the sculpt of the bust, and then the person entering it was the one painting it up, and that they don't allow them now because, again, it's sort of putting someone at an unfair advantage because someone's put a lot of work into doing that sculpt that, you know, when you, at least when I look at something, I assume the person painting it is also the person that converted it up, and that they haven't just bought those bits from somewhere else. So that would be my take, I would say, and that sort of resolves the thing, because I'd be like, AI art wasn't generated by you. Yes, you technically maybe put some prompts in, but you didn't create it, so therefore it shouldn't be allowed, is how I would view it.
Again, I think in this instance, I don't really view it now. Actually, I think at the end of the day, this to me is a really good example of how AI art can, when, you know, done in concert with, you know, existing traditional methods, can create a hybrid of both things that essentially elevates both elements. And I think, to me, it seems like the individual, Neil, his name is here, has been very open about the use of, you know, the AI generated image. I don't think this individual's trying to hide it, and I don't think people should necessarily feel like that's something that they should shy away from. But again, that's for Games Workshop and for the Golden Demon team to render a verdict. Obviously, in this instance, by awarding a very prestigious award to this individual, they have, you know, through their actions, indicated that this is something that they are in favour of. But at the same time, I'm sure they'll reach a consensus in terms of what works for them.
Yeah.
I was only going to say, Phil, as well, though, because that's the only thing is, because obviously we like 3D prints now, and Games Workshop's philosophy around has to all be our stuff. The R in that instance being Games Workshop. It's interesting because obviously there's a lot of other third-party companies that are manufacturing or creating, like Mantic, for example, have their Vault system where they are just giving you, files for prints all the time. So yeah, it must be interesting now for the GW team to look at things and be like, "Oh, are the fish in the bottom of this diorama single miniature piece? Are those our fish? Are those original fish?" Or are those maybe mantic fish?
Well, I guess that's also the other tricky thing is even if it was a 3D print, they don't necessarily know if it was a third-party 3D print that they bought the file from or they did it themselves. So if we go down to the Slayer Sword Winner, which is a phenomenal piece where it's
incredible.
It's a jewel and diorama, again combined, categories which could arguably be separated. But this one is both a jewel and a diorama, funnily enough, as I think all jewels are really. But yeah, so it's a vampire on the sort of just the bed of a lake, and there's this like mirror image of the vampire itself, but the vampire's body is reflected, but obviously his head isn't, or any sort of fleshy bits. And there's a sort of spectral ghost coming out in the reflection as well. That's phenomenal. And I didn't actually quite realize this until, again, it was pointed out to me that the sculpt of the vampire is actually mirrored. They haven't just bought two vampires and flipped one upside down, as far as I'm aware. So I think what they've done is they've actually 3D sculpted the vampire sort of again. So they could do a correct mirroring of it. And in the end, the tree, I would assume, is all 3D designed and printed, and they've done like an inverse, because that's why it's sort of phenomenally accurate. Whereas if they were trying to do that by hand, trying to make two trees, certainly possible, but as exact as it is would be very difficult and time consuming. It's like, so now the standard for every like diorama or jewel category potentially is like, are you not only going to just have to be a good painter, but you've also got to be a good digital sculptor now to kind of create these kind of cool concept pieces. And that's just like, it's just like another barrier to entry almost.
I mean, I presume it's not a 3D sculpt because, again, forgive me, maybe I'm wrong about this, but if you're just putting something on top of each other, that is the mirrored effect, right? Like, ultimately, you don't need to redo it in any way, shape, or form. It will just be the same thing upside down, right? Like, you wouldn't need to, like, reorder where the arms are or whatever, because it would just sit... Because that upside down... would look... Oh, actually...
no, because in theory, you should get some things facing a different direction. Because it's it's back to front, so it's inverted. It's like how we look in a camera is like our left hand looks like our right hand.
Yeah. No, that's fair. No, okay, yeah, no, interesting. If that is true...
Yes, so if you look at the sword, the right way up, the sword is pointing to the left. So the sword hilt is pointing up and to the left, whereas it's up and to the right on the mirrored version when you flip it upside down. So it isn't just a... If you were doing a left to right... No, actually, even then it wouldn't work. Yeah, it would have... It's literally... The whole thing's flipped over. It's not just... You've just put the model upside down. Because then everything else is going in the wrong direction.
No, hang on. No, is that right? Are we sure about that?
Look at the hilt of the sword, the right way up. If you're on your phone, then flip it upside down, and look at the hilt of the sword. It's better if you just look. Hold on, look this way around.
Yeah,
this way around. See the direction of the hilt.
Yeah, but the difficulty there is, Phil, is you're flipping around showing me the image as it appears there, because you're dealing with the... Hang on. I'll be right back. Hang on.
What Dan needs is a model that he has two of, so identical, and he can stick them one the right way up and one upside down. Have you got two identical models there, Dan?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Sorry, I was struggling with comprehending the 3D space of it all. Yes, because, no, you're right, because... interesting. Yeah, okay. Weird.
Exactly. Not something I had thought about until someone else had pointed it out to me, so I can't necessarily take credit for that. But, yeah, it makes you go... So the top of Vampire is the original Games Workshop one, but the bottom one is effectively a CAD sculpted replica that's then being inversed, as is the tree and all the basing elements as well, I guess. So it's like, just that alone is an incredible project, let alone the painting.
Wow. Yeah, no, fair enough. That's, that's wild. That is, I mean, again, an exceptional piece, incredible work.
Oh, yeah. Like, concept-wise as well, it's phenomenal. And I shared it in our chat group before I even knew had won. It was just an entry that had appeared on my Instagram, and I was like, oh my God, this is incredible. Like, just the concept of the sort of the mirrored image and the vampire, like, you can't see his reflection. That alone is very cool as an idea, which sort of elevates the piece from being just a cool model with a good paint job to, it's a cool model, a good paint job, but a fantastic concept as well.
It's, it's really cool. I would say this as well. I think the Games Workshop Warhammer community version of the image doesn't really do it as much justice as seeing it photographed on a black backdrop. I think the black backdrop really accentuates that mirror element of it and really creates something very special about it. But yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, it's an exceptional standard, a really beautiful piece, incredible. But you're right. I mean, ultimately requires such a vast array of skills. And at the end of the day, I suppose, it is a celebration of the hobby and a showcase of the incredible work that people were able to achieve. And in that respect, I wouldn't take anything away from it. Because at the end of the day, this is a very well-deserving winner. But you are right, Phil, in the sense that it's like when I suppose this is a diorama category, so at the end of the day, it probably doesn't matter that 80% of the thing that wins isn't, GW kits, etc., etc. But yeah, no, okay, fair enough. That's because I guess if he had scratch built it all, because to me scratch building is so inherently part of the hobby, I wouldn't criticize someone for doing that. But because he's 3D sculpted it and printed it, I should feel the same, right? I should still be like, it's a hobby. This is just a new tool that's relatively new within the hobby, and that it should be embraced. But part of me is quite hesitant about that. And I don't know if that's just my personal preference or non-preference, I guess, in 3D printing, that it's like, I don't want to do that as part of my hobby. And I obviously shouldn't then be like, well, no one else can either, because they could. And again, it's just another skill, but it's just one I don't particularly want to do. I mean, you and I are traditionalists in different ways, right? Like, you're very much about the old sculpting process, the kind of elegance of that whole procedure of you build your larger scale one, and then you sculpt it down, and then you build like the thing, and then you create the molds, and you pour the stuff, and you've got a real appreciation for that, and I do too. To be fair, I actually think a lot of the modern miniature production methods that Games Workshop prioritizes in my opinion, detracts from my enjoyment of the painting and modelling process. I genuinely feel like we've gotten to the point where it's far too complicated. I've said that many times. And it definitely is a real barrier to entry doing stuff now because everything is so complex and takes such a long time to do, especially as someone who prioritises gameplay. I genuinely miss some of the older methodologies. But all that being equal, fair play to people who engage with 3D printing, fair play to people who enjoy modern Games Workshop rule sets, which is to call it back to my original statement, my traditionalism side of things. But, yeah, I mean, look, obviously you can't take away from the fact that this is some exceptional hobbying. So, yeah, I really can't say any more than that, really, at this stage. I think it's exceptional. I had a weird, before we get into some of the other potential controversial elements, I had a weird one that I wanted to flag, which was Warhammer the Old World as a category makes no sense to me.
Oh, yes. Now, there was something. Hold on, let me try and find a Warhammer the Old World. Now, it should do, but I think the entries that are within it are the things that don't make sense. So the one that wins it is a kind of Chaos Troll, but the miniature isn't an Old World mini from the kind of existing range or the old Warhammer Fantasy range. And the one that came bronze is, again, beautiful paint job, beautiful conversion. And it's a sort of a homage to the old Green Knight, but using a Cities of Sigmar cavalry mini. And to me, it's like, this doesn't belong in the Old World category because it's a new Cities of Sigmar, Age of Sigmar model. And to me, it's like, to be pedantic, if you're going to have an Old World category, it should feature only the Old World models. And that Green Knight model, well, homage to the old Green Knight, actually belongs in the Age of Sigmar category. But it's obviously just a homage to the older sculpt. And I don't have a problem with that. So, yeah, I sort of feel like the Old World category, I would tighten up the rules for which potential models belong in it. And weirdly, I don't sort of... Yeah, I mean, would you have that same feeling about you wouldn't have a Primaris model in a Horus Heresy category, potentially. Well, I don't think you would unless it's converted up. You might have used the base of a Primaris, but you'd still have to convert it up to look like an older Mark, I would say.
Yeah.
So I think that, so that category, I think the category should exist, but...
I 100% agree with you.
But the models that are in it are the thing that are throwing me slightly.
Yeah, like, here's the thing, right? The guy who won it, got gold. It's a Age of Sigmar mini. Right, like it's even on a circle plinth, for God's sakes. At least
like square plinths only.
Well, at least the guy who came bronze put the geezer on a square plinth. You know, at least.
Yeah, see, I don't know if any of this is the actual new minis. I mean, I'd assume so.
No. So this
or is it all just sculpted and scratch built? This
troll. I don't know where this troll has come from. I've never seen it before.
It is a heavily converted one. Fine. Because I think the head is from one kit and then bits of the body are from other bits.
Well, whatever the case, I've never seen it before. And yeah, it looks like an AOS mini. The Bretonian, the one silver, is okay in terms of being an Old World mini.
Phenomenal, but again, it doesn't necessarily look like an Old World mini, but it is an old. Well, it doesn't necessarily look like it is an actual Old World mini, but it looks within the Old World setting, and it belongs there, right? And I think that's the thing that grounds it. Like, it does look like it would have been an Old World sculpt, even if it technically isn't, because I don't actually. No, it almost looks too good to be an Old World mini, but it is designed to look like it belongs in that setting.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's telling an interesting narrative that's of the world. Obviously, this is a Bretonian that seemingly captured the banners of the fallen orcs that it is just defeated and is clearly marching over the dead, skeletal remains of these orc warriors. But yeah, the bronze winner, the Age of Sigmar Mini, in my opinion, has no business winning that award. That should have just gone to the Age of Sigmar category, and it wouldn't have won bronze by all accounts in the Age of Sigmar category because it wasn't to the same standard as the guys that came gold, silver, and bronze in that category. So I think that's the thing. It's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's an exceptional quality, blah blah blah. But like, I genuinely feel like, for me, Old World, if you're going to have an Old World category, it's a it's a regiment, it's a block. Like, that's what it needs to be. It needs to be 20 minis in a block. You know, it has to be a unit.
Okay, so you're like a rank and flank, like, so not
single miniature. No,
the category for the Age of Sigmar unit or Warcry warband, weirdly Underworlds is somehow separate. They're all effectively like mini dioramas, and weirdly one of them, it came bronze, features the same base Knight mini that got bronze in the Old World category, that got converted into the Green Knight. And it's like, they all look good, but yeah, they're just dioramas. And it's like, there's a diorama category. So that's the thing that bugs me a little bit, is sort of everything's become a diorama. And I wonder if there's one that I could say that there's an example of, because quite often you would get, so within like the 40k sort of unit, you would have a bunch of guys on a base, and it's sort of, there's none that have quite done it. So they've sort of made a diorama, but each model is still sort of on its own individual base, but they're like kind of countersunked into the overall plinth, which is definitely separate. Whereas nowadays, none of them are on their bases, and they're all kind of glued onto the diorama as a whole. And to me, that is the difference between a nicely presented individual, a group of individual minis on a plinth, or, you know, that's nicely designed and got texture on it and stuff like that, versus an actual diorama piece. And yeah, the thing that bugs me the most is all the sort of units, the unit entries have just, in my mind at least, fallen into a diorama category.
Agreed. And they all look almost identical. Like, the funny thing is I would have imagined that the person who won silver and the person who won bronze are the same person. Like, they look like the same paint job. It looks
for which
for Warhammer 40,000 unit or kill team.
Oh, the 40k one. Yes, I think identical. It's because of the silver and bronze look very similar, because it's basically the same blue color that appears.
But even the gold winner is kind of very similar energy. It's like, to me, again, like, I think there should be a rule, which is that everything in the unit category needs to actually be its own miniature on its own base.
Yes,
like, I think that's what.
In a way, it's like, personally, while I don't think they will look as good, because I think these mini dioramas do look phenomenal, it keeps the categorization correct. It's like, because this is meant to be effectively a very nicely painted, playable unit, not something that's every single model stuck down onto a base to form a much more interesting diorama. I feel like the person that came silver missed one trick, though, because it's a squad of orcs having like a sort of heroic last stand on top of a Ultramarines Redemptor Dreadnought. And I sort of feel like if that was a Crimson Fist Dreadnought, it would be a very like fun pastiche of the old Rogue Trader artwork with the Crimson Fist. Having the last stand, I'm a bit like, how did they not notice that they could have done it? Maybe they just didn't want to do such a dark blue and they wanted it to be lighter, so hence Ultramarines.
Yeah, but they could have still done it lighter and just used the symbols. But yeah, I agree with you. I was shocked that wasn't a Crimson Fist for sure. I mean, credit where credit's due to the guy who won that category with his Black Templar unit. I mean, first of all, I have no idea what unit that's supposed to be because it's got a Terminator, a scout. It's like, that's not a legal unit, even remotely. At least the guys who came silver and bronze had legal units. But the work that he did, assuming it's a he, on the bronze trophy for 40k single miniature is really cool, and actually a really clean representation of someone painting a really beautiful miniature that is pretty much as it comes out of the box, because all of those basing details on on High Marshal Helbricht are what come on the sprue. All that individual has done is wrap it in a circular plinth, and that's it. So, yeah.
See, to me, I don't mind that. I think that's the correct way to go about doing it.
Yeah. In my opinion, High Marshal Helbricht should have won 40k single miniature because, first of all, it's the greatest 40k Space Marine captain miniature, period. Second of all, it's a proper Games Workshop mini that comes out of the box, more or less exactly the way that it appears, for anyone. So, yeah.
I think even the silver one is out the box, no conversion, but just obviously on a slightly
but they've dioramed it up, haven't they?
Yeah, with some sort of building elements. And actually, I think, at least from this angle, the building in the backdrop actually kind of detracts from the mini because it's kind of getting in the way. But obviously, it does make for a backdrop. But I think that's more the angle of the photo than anything else, personally.
I am massively disappointed, though, that the High Marshal Helbricht miniature didn't put the dead orc on the end of the sword. I imagine they probably looked at that and went, me putting the orc on the dead orc on the sword probably adds another 300 hours to this paint job. So
was that meant to be one on the mini?
It's optional. It's optional, but you can either have it with the dead orc or without the dead orc.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but I mean, on the whole, what I would say about the overall quality of it is, I agree. A lot of it is very diorama based, which is fine, I guess. But it doesn't always necessarily feel like it's in the spirit of things and. Yeah, and just overall, though, the quality is just unbelievable. I think at the end of the day, I just look at this stuff and I'm just like in awe of what these people are able to create and achieve. So, yeah, incredible quality across the board. Definitely some stuff that seems to be pushing the envelope in different ways, but yeah, really cool. So, what else was controversial, Phil? Was there any other hot goss?
I'm just trying to think. I sort of feel like we did it. It was basically 3D printed parts. It was the AI generated backdrops, and my personal gripe about the everything's a diorama. Indeed.
And Age of Sigmar minis in the old world category.
Yes, yeah. So the categorization of some are, I would like to see changed slightly. I think it's interesting that Warhammer Underworld's warbands are sort of its own category, but the Warcry ones get shoved in with the Age of Sigmar. I'm surprised they don't bundle Underworlds and Warcry together and then have Age of Sigmar separately. And because I'm just trying to think. I wonder if it's because the Underworld ones are unique units that can sit in your battle tome, whereas the Warcry ones just tend to be a unit. So maybe that is sort of why. But yeah, the large vehicle and the large miniature and vehicle category, I'd personally like to see separated out as well. And potentially you could do a bit more with the individual sort of settings and do a bit more with those. But I can sort of understand why that they just get one category each. But it does mean, for Necromunda, you could technically put a vehicle in there if you really wanted to. the Blood Bowl one, you have a mixture of teams and single miniatures, for example, and then, you know...
That's a gripe as well, actually, for me, though, is why isn't the Blood Bowl team a team all the time? Like, again, like, I understand that people want to paint beautiful star players, but to me, it feels like there needs... To me, it feels like it should be, like, categorized like fantasy, single miniature, sci-fi, single miniature, and that incorporates heresy and 40k. And
no, that's mad.
Fantasy... Huh?
I think, well, then you'd just end up with like 4 categories, right? You've got fantasy, sci-fi. Well, you'd have, and then within each one, you're basically saying single miniature, like large miniature or monster vehicle.
Yeah, so like sci-fi monster,
and unit,
sci-fi vehicle. Yeah, sci-fi monster, sci-fi vehicle, sci-fi unit, sci-fi single. You know what I mean? Like just go ba 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 ba. There's 4 there.
Yeah, I do sort of get what you mean.
Yeah.
I think
diorama, diorama large, diorama small. You know, just because that incorporates the epic minis, or rather the Legions Imperialis / wherever it is now. Because always you're just basically getting lots of flyers being, you know, shown off as nice little dioramas, I suppose. So yeah, just go diorama, you know, small, medium, big, or maybe not even big, just small and medium, and then yeah, call it a day. I just think it just sort of simplifies it, and then sack off the open category. Just tell all the Games Workshop staff they can enter whatever they want, because whatever, who cares?
Well,
you know?
okay. Well, here's another topic: is like a lot of the people that have won are either professional painters.
Yep.
Or, I mean, I guess some are YouTubers as well. And so professional painter educators, they would fall under, not all of them for sure, but definitely, you know, it's the same reason why you have an open category for Games Workshop staff, especially if they're in the heavy metal team. Like, I think if you work in a Games Workshop store, for example, you are no more advantaged than anyone else in terms of painting. So you shouldn't go into the open category, but I could see maybe Games Workshop does want to make some separation there for the sake of fairness. But it's like, if you're a professional, you know, commission painter that is literally painting, let's say 9 to 5, 5 days a week, every day that you can be working for, you have a huge advantage over someone like you or I that just paints for a hobby. Even, you know, unless you're going to totally invest hundreds of hours and literally your hobby is just painting. Even so, those people always have a bit more of an advantage. Now, you could say not necessarily, because, you know, one commission painter might just be an army painter that is just rushing out models to a very good but tabletop standard. Do they have any more of an advantage than us in terms of understanding of techniques? Possibly not, but probably they would, I think, just from the sheer repetitive nature of, you know, the skill that they're doing, because they're just doing it constantly, even if they're not doing it to sort of heavy metal or golden demon standard, that the miniatures that they're painting day in, day out, it's the muscle memory of the painting that is, you know, should ultimately elevate them. And same with heavy metal painters. They're phenomenal painters. They do it for their job. They have a huge advantage over, you know, the standard hobbyist.
I mean, to a certain extent, Crimea River in that sense. I like, you know, it's like people who have advantages have earned those advantages, and that's why they're the best, and they deserve to win because they're the best. That, to me, I don't care about. Like, at the end of the day, professional painters, this is a great opportunity for a professional painter to showcase their talent and to put an extra 0 on their commission fees. Maybe not an extra zero, but, you know, certainly amplify their opportunities, their exposure, but ultimately increase their value. And I think that's great. And that's why it's a competition at the end of the day, because people work really hard to win these, because if you're known as a great painter, you'll be hopefully rewarded for that by people who want to commission or work with great painters, and it opens a lot of doors to opportunities within some of the professional parts of the hobby. The business side of the business that is miniature wargaming. So yeah, sincerely, my only caveat would be heavy metal. Basically, anyone who is paid by Games Workshop to be a professional painter should not be entered into any category, because they got their win because they've got their full-time employment doing their thing. In the same way as Games Workshop don't credit artists or writers or design team members in their literature, as in their codexes and battle tomes. Mm-hmm. The same should be true of these heavy metal painters. It's like, you signed on the dotted line, you're an heavy metal painter now, that's what you get. That's your reward for being an heavy metal painter. Well done. You've hit the peak. You're a professional painter working for one of the most prestigious studios in miniature wargaming painting. Well done. Sorry, you can't enter Golden Demon.
No, let's see. I would say, interesting take, because then you almost don't need an open category. But
no, that's what I'm saying. Get rid of it.
I would like to see.
All the open category is give a medal to the people who work for us. That's all it ever is. It's always every open category is, here you go, Darren. Here you go, something else. Here you go, somewhere else. It's like, for God's sakes, like, who cares? It's stupid. They get paid. Just move on. They don't need.
I do to an extent agree with you, but personally, I would almost be like either the open category is all for professional painters, whether you are Games Workshop employees or non-Games Workshop employees. Although I appreciate that's potentially very hard to police, or to define who is a professional painter and who isn't. Or you have more of an amateur category where it's like definitely people that aren't pro painted can enter to this category just for them, just to see what the standard is. And that's like the new open category. Potentially, I think, because, in sport, you have amateur and you have professional, you have the Olympics. You don't have professional people in the Olympics, right? And I sort of feel like the painting should mirror that in some way.
Here's the thing though, Phil. It's pretty rare that a Premier League football player turns up to Sunday League, down the village to play, flipping, I don't know, it's, Oxford, whatever young team versus, it's like, this is the thing. They're in the big leagues. They're in the professional world of doing what they're doing. They've won that race. Sure, if Games Workshop want to create, you feel like there's value to giving their team competition and creating opportunities, they should just, I don't know, do like a bonus scheme, which is like, right, we're going to have a contest to see who the best painter is this year, and that person gets a bonus, whatever. If that's what they want to do, it's fine. But like, sincerely, like, I feel like Games Workshop consistently make a lot of concessions, or try and make a lot of concessions to their for their painting studio, which is understandable because they want to keep them happy. And at the end of the day, it doesn't cheapen anything. Basically, it's just a nice way that Games Workshop can kind of keep their staff happy while not actually doing anything good for them, other than just kind of going, oh, you've basically got like this token category that you're going to win, or one of you is going to win. And it's not. I think there are other people that can enter, obviously, into that category, and I think sometimes miniatures, potentially like the bus, go into that category because it doesn't fit into any others. So it isn't just that category is there for. Wasn't the guy who did the bus last year that won the towel? Wasn't he a gold flipping heavy metal painter anyway?
I think he was, yes.
Yeah, and I'm assuming this Matt Kennedy geezer who's won gold this time is an heavy metal painter.
I mean, I don't actually know,
I bet he
possibly. And he's like, I don't know. In a way, I don't want to like begrudge Games Workshop staff wanting either external recognition or for them to be a part of the greatest painting competition of the year. I mean, you could say that they're meant to be busy judging it themselves, and that there might potentially be some form of bias which is why I guess there's just the open category and they're not involved in any of the others. So, I don't mind the open category, and it is good to, see what the Games Workshop staff can get up to in their own time. So yeah, I don't mind it, but yeah, potentially you could take it a step further and be like, oh, professional painters. But I think people would hate that.
I don't think you could ever be in a situation where you're, because at the end of the day, this is what the reason why there are professional painters is because they can enter contests like this and raise their profile. I don't think we should be begrudging professional painters. I do think we should be begrudging Games Workshop employees, because that's just a consequence of signing on the dotted line. If you're going to join the company, there are compromises. If I went to work for Games Workshop, right, if I signed a contract with them tomorrow, I wouldn't be able to do this anymore. And that's fair enough. That's fair enough in my opinion. If I went to work for Games Workshop, I couldn't do this podcast anymore. Seems fair enough to me.
True. But yeah, but I see what you're saying. I don't mind that they have the open category, because that is literally the one that they can enter. I personally have more of a bee in my bonnet about Games Workshop staff at Warhammer World events entering into the painting competitions there, and often always winning it. And it's like, oh, it's the heavy metal painter. Of course he won it with his professionally painted army, because he's an heavy metal painter. And whereas me coming along as as an amateur painter hobbyist, with my hard-earned money that I paid my ticket for, and obviously they've paid for their ticket as well. And I think that's always been the events team's take on it. But I almost have more of a problem with that, because because there is no category for them to enter into, they are competing against us. Whereas at least in Golden Demon, they can't enter into anything but the open. So I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I think, strangely, because Games Workshop staff pay the entry fee to go to Warhammer World events, I don't begrudge them being entered in those contests. I would like to think that if I was a professional painter for Games Workshop's Heavy Metal Studio and I went to an event, I just wouldn't enter my stuff, because I'd be like, well, that's just clearly ridiculous. But then I say that from a perspective of like what I perceive as what I feel like is the fairness side of things. But I think that's the thing. Like, at the end of the day, you can argue that. I mean, I'm not sure what Games Workshop team members, heavy metal painters, won in the open category. My assumption is that the gold, silver, and bronze all went to heavy metal painters. I don't know for sure, but that's my assumption, based on the fact that there's nothing special about these miniatures other than the fact that they were probably painted by Games Workshop stuff, right? Because at the end of the day,
that seems fair.
Yeah, because Matt Kennedy won gold for a skink sorcerer. Richard Gray, which is definitely a name I've heard before, and certainly sounds like some.
No, I don't think he is. I think Richard Gray is a YouTuber.
Oh, fine.
I believe. But weirdly, I thought this was a model that got entered into Warhammer Fest last year, unless I'm completely mistaken.
Anyway, regardless, I think at the end of the day, you should obviously allow, you should create circumstances where you can celebrate your team. But I do feel like it could almost be a separate thing, or you could, maybe do a better job of promoting your painting talent. But again, at the end of the day, that would just be you advertising individuals and their abilities, and that would only increase their desirability for other companies and raise their profile, and ultimately lead to circumstances where they don't work for you anymore. So I absolutely understand why Games Workshop want to try and keep a lid on it. But that's why I'm surprised they even go so far as to do the open category based on how they behave in other areas. But anyway, that's a little bit of a funny aside. Overall, Golden Demon, great quality. Intrigued that it seems like we're genuinely not going to have Golden Demon in the UK this year, which is super interesting.
Well, I think we definitely won't get a Warhammer Fest, which I think is a shame. There might be a Golden Demon that they just put on one weekend at Warhammer World, because I think they did that 1 year, like the year before Warhammer Fest. I want to say they did, but I can't remember entirely. But I think they have done that before. So
yeah,
it could be
that
super last minute. They will just be like, "Oh yeah, November sometime. You got 2 months' notice. Here you go." Which I think is a bit unfair to people, to not give them, I think every year you should have like at least a year's notice, realistically, based on the amount of time people do put into their painting. And again, the categories are quite important. So if you are, let's say this year, you are just doing one large miniature because the vehicle and the large monster category is all one, but then 6 months down the line they go, oh yeah, by the way, we're splitting those out into 2 categories now, and that you could have entered twice, but you've only got now 2 months before Golden Demon. That's kind of not very fair on the painters that are trying to enter into stuff. So I think Games Workshop could be a bit better organized in terms of telling us when Golden Demon's happening or if it's not happening, and also what those categories are going to be up front. I think even the Adepticon ones were very last minute in terms of when they announced what the categories are going to be.
Fair. Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's a shame that Golden Demon won't be taking place in the UK, only just because of the fact that obviously that has been its home for so long. But at the end of the day, I don't think we should necessarily be so territorial about it. It is now a global entity, and it is good that they are taken elsewhere. And if it is that they do scramble at the last minute and do one in the UK just to uphold tradition, then fair enough as well. But yeah, the fact that Warhammer Fest likely isn't happening this year, again, I have mixed emotions about it, because there is a lot of me that kind of feels like they really need to kind of figure out what it is that they're trying to achieve with it, because last year's event as an event in isolation was pretty underwhelming. Unless you were going to the tournament side of it, I thought as an event it was pretty poor. But again, I really enjoyed the weekend because I took part in the tournament and also got to be part of that incredible community feel. And that's the thing that I hope that we see Warhammer Fest return for, because I love being part of that, that crowd. It's, really nice. But, yeah, all right, cool. I reckon that's Golden Demon done and dusted, unless you got anything else, Phil?
No, I was just going to make a comment on Warhammer Fest in terms of, potentially why it's not on. It's like, it does feel a bit like Games Workshop was maybe throwing their toys out the pram based on all the negative feedback on it. Potentially, positively thinking maybe they've gone, well, we want to spend a lot of time working out, getting feedback, planning what we're actually going to do. So we're going to take a year off to make it really good for the following year, which if that's what they're doing, then brilliant. Potentially what they've gone and they've basically realized that what most people want is actually just to be able to talk to the staff. And if internally they're saying, we're not going to do that, they've just gone, well, what's the point? Because no matter what we do, people will not get the one thing that they really want out of a Warhammer Fest. So we might as well just not bother, which would be a real shame if that really is the case. I sort of hope it is the slightly more positive aspect that they're just taking a year off to sort of plan it a bit better, but who knows?
Who knows indeed, mate. Right, that'll do, I reckon. Transitional noise. Hey all. For those of you who can cast your minds back to the 5-star review and or intro section, you may remember that an individual by the identity of Ghosts of Rax left us a 5-star review on Facebook and their Instagram deets. So we figured it is only appropriate that we record this section where we big up their Instagram and encourage you to go check them out and potentially subscribe to them. You know, sharing the Look Out Sir love all across the internet. Isn't that right, Phil?
No, exactly. That's the way to do it.
Absolutely. Tell your friends and family all about the delights of Look Out Sir by going onto the Instagrams and follow your fellow Look Out Sir losers, as we love to call ourselves. So I'm conflicted, Phil, because this individual has called themselves Ghost of Vrax and has given great indication towards their fandom for Death Korps of Krieg. And I even see some Kriegsmen here within their collection. But it seems that they've abandoned the Imperium in favour of Chaos Space Marines.
Boo. Boo. That's not on. But they do have quite a big Krieg collection. There's a photo of it, and they said they were going to take it to the LVO 2023, which features tons of Scout Sentinels. Literally probably the most amount of Death Riders you could possibly have, because there looks to be about 30 or 40, maybe even 50, uncountable at this stage. That many. Because I think for the max you can probably get away with is about 45 or thereabouts.
My God. How much is a unit of Death Riders these days?
Well, each one I think is about 12 quid. I mean, who knows what the current price is? It could be a lot more. So they're not cheap, put it that way. And then the Kriegs are in quite a cool, like kind of snow camo scheme, which is very nice.
Which is very uncommon for the Krieg, isn't it?
No, very different, which makes it nice change. A mixture of Valhallan genetics and fashion mixed with, Krieg hardiness.
A match made in heaven, I imagine, or some kind of hell, depending on your perspective, I guess.
That's true. Yeah, they've got some nice Space Marines, or Chaos Space Marines, or these. Oh yeah, 2024 was the Night Lords. So
Year of the Night Lords.
So this year is all about Chaos. Yeah,
and
quite nice.
Previous years were all about the Guard.
No, true. And it looks almost like, I assume it's a heresy army that he's running as Night Lords in 40k, because they all look like heresy Marines.
Yeah.
So I assume that's how it's done it. Yeah. Looks cool, though.
I guess this way you get to have your cake and eat it too. You can play Warhammer 40,000 and a bit of heresy here and there. You know, mix it up proper good.
Well, that is true. They are trying to make that harder for you to pull off nowadays, so it's impressive that they've managed it. Well done, Jonathan.
Indeed. And either this individual is some kind of doomsday prepper or is just, actively involved in airsofting. I'm going to assume it's the airsofting, but you never know. It could be that they are planning for the inevitable end of things and building a compound with which they have an elaborate scheme to defend from potential raiders. Whichever the case, we support you in your efforts to secure your boundaries and or enjoy a Saturday running around shooting BBs at your fellow man.
Exactly. All while wearing a Look Out Sir t-shirt, because they've got one.
Exactly, which gives them incredible credibility. There's I think if you took to the battlefield adorned in Look Out Sir t-shirtery, it would only yield positive results, I imagine.
Yes. No, I completely agree.
Your enemies will run in fear upon sight of the Look Out Sir branding.
So they should.
Absolutely. They know when they see someone wearing Look Out Sir merch that they are truly unhinged.
Get away from me.
Absolutely. Oh, God, not one of them. But there you go. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a nice little eclectic mix of imagery. A lot of images, pictures from tournament bat rep type situations. So lots of photos of games taken at events, which is always really cool, and a nice mix of minis. And definitely interesting to see someone approaching the Krieg in a snowy scheme. I think that's not really what you expect to see. So that's super cool. So yeah, cheers very much, John. It's hugely appreciated. Ghost of Vrax, check him out on Instagram. Go give him a follow. myself and Phil have done so. So, we encourage you to do the same. But is there anything else you want to add, Phil, before we do the transitional noise?
Oh, no, it's a lovely account. Keep posting and looking forward to seeing more.
Absolutely. Well done on continuing to be alive. Transitional noise. So the question is, Phil, are we going to talk about RFW as its own segment, or are we just doing this in the outro? I feel like it's an outro thing, really, isn't it, RFW at this point? We'll do like a wrap-up piece on it retrospectively, I guess.
I thought it would just be a topic for next week.
Yeah, no, topic for next week. But we are doing RFW at the time that this episode's gone out. So, hello, everyone. It's the intro. You know better than that. Blah, blah, blah. We'll talk. Right. Usual thing. So RFW, we're there this weekend. Super fun. Toke's flying over from Swindon.
Denmark.
Denmark, that's it.
Swindon?
I know, I was doing the joke. Where you put... Well, the normal joke is you refer to Sweden as Switzerland, just to sort of show your ignorance.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but, obviously, he's coming over from Norway, so fair enough. Getting it extra wrong.
Yes.
There you go. I like that you're not rising to the extra layers of incorrectness. It's good. Anyway, so he's coming over from Finland, and it'll be lovely to see him. I don't think that many people who listen to this podcast anymore would probably be all that aware of Toke, but he did the Krieg special episode that we put together hundreds of episodes ago. He's a good lad. He's been a long time.
Yes, he did a Christmas question one year as well.
He did. We like to refer to him as friend of the show. But I don't know. I feel like he's been a little absent of late, so I'm looking forward to seeing him this weekend. It'll be a treat. We're heading down to Kent. We're going to play 3 games of Warhamsters. Phil's taking his Krieg because he couldn't get his Space Marines painting in time. I'm taking my Drakari because I couldn't get my Space Marines painting in time. And as far as I'm aware, Toke is taking Krieg because that's what he always intended to do.
Yes, that is his one and only army.
That's it. So we're all going to gather on Friday, which is the past from when this episode comes out. And then we're going to head down there. And it should make for a good weekend. I am still free. Well, I've only done 2 of the RFWs, but I am 6-0. I am 100% undefeated at RFW. I have a controversial first place finish. I have a legitimate second place finish. So this year, I guess I'm going to go for the legit first place finish. That's what I need to end it on, is the legit first place. And my first game is against, I can't remember his name, but he's associated with Tabletop Tactics in some way. What's his name? Stig?
Oh, is it the Stig? Yeah, he's
the Stig. Not the
Stig.
Stig. That's a different character, surely.
Yes, but I think I assume that's how he's referred to.
I think it's just Stig, isn't he? Stiggy Wiggy?
It might be. Yes, yeah. He tends to be a Custodes player. I don't know what he's actually bringing. He does AdMech as well, so it could be that, or maybe something completely new.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's the benefits of being part of the Tabletop Tactics crew. You've got old Fletcher smashing out those paint jobs on the reg, so... I'm
not quite sure that's how it works. I assume those armies aren't allowed to leave the office. I think he'll just be blocking whatever he owns. Well,
fair. Either way, it'll be exciting to play some games. I don't think I've never really conversed with. He's always been there. He's always turned up, and he's always supported the RFW events. He's been a good lad. I've definitely had conversations with him. Because he was at the first one, wasn't he? He wasn't at the third one. He may have been at the second one, but he was definitely at the first.
I think so. I'm not entirely sure, actually. But quite possibly. Yeah. That's many years ago. Anyway,
so we got that sequence of events. So I got him first, and then who knows who comes second and third. But obviously, if the intent is to keep that winning streak alive, I'll be taking on all comers with my Drakari, or what time it will be. I had contemplated taking Imperial Knights, but then I was like, nah, I'll just stick with Drakari. Stick with the Drakari. I feel more confident in their capability of scoring points and winning games. It won't be pretty, but I'll get those. But I'll get those all important points.
Fair enough.
To maintain my status as undefeated ruffer. That's the words.
Yes, I guess it would be.
Indeed. How about you, Phil? What are you taking? You worked it out yet?
Not at all.
Amazing.
I will work it out in the next couple of days because that's all I've got left. I like the idea of taking a super heavy like a Baneblade just for the fun.
I like that too.
Or maybe a Gorgon just to carry some troops in.
Bring them both.
I know, I could do. Yeah, I could do. I like the idea of taking things like the Hades drills because they're cool. Do some kind of classic, I guess, Legends units or Forge World units. And yeah, see where I go. Last year I went very tank heavy, so I'm almost tempted to go more infantry heavy, but that is just a pain to move stuff around and also transport. So I'm not too sure how I get on because I'm sort of limited in terms of what I can physically carry in 1 or 2 cases to get to yours to then get to the event. So I'll have to see. And the problem with the Krieg army is they're all in the old style GW carry cases, and a Baneblade literally takes up half of one. So I need to sort of think quite carefully about what I'm going to take and how I can transport it, which is an extra layer to your army building, basically, for this event. So yeah, I think it'll be quite good fun. Yeah, nothing new for this one, which is a bit of a shame. But time has run away from me. That's fair.
It happens to the best of us, mate. It can't be helped.
That's true. That is true.
At the moment we've got... It's just a lot of stuff that always comes together. I have so much aspiration and so much hope, but everything just sort of happens, and then before you know it, it's difficult to prioritize certain things because you have to prioritize other things. And I mean... At the moment, very heavily focused on getting a bunch of goblins painted for the Twin Comets event going on at Warhammer World. So finished building all of those the other day, smashed those out. So that was about 27 goblins that I built. So I've got to get those painted, as well as the Loon Shrine. So I've got to get all that done. Yeah, I'm excited for it though, man. They look cool, they're fun, they look great. The Rabble Rouser, my God, it's a tiny little mini. My God. I couldn't believe it. I started putting it together and I thought, wow, I thought this was like going to be like a hero, but like it is, but it's still diddy. And all the detail is really beautiful. But yeah, definitely one of those modern GW kits where you're like, my God, this thing is an interesting thing to put together. But yeah, so no, I mean, yeah, in terms of the RFW stuff, yeah, it should be a groovy weekend. But it would have been nice to have actually done an entirely original army for it. But it is what it is. I'm just looking forward to spending a weekend chatting to lovely people and having a fine time. That's usually the vibe with old RFW.
Yeah, always quite casual, lots of fun games. Normally some classic, like, sort of old metal armies or some really cool conversions. So it'd be cool to see what people do there. I'll probably take some minis that people haven't seen before. I'll probably dig out old Commissar Yarrick and run him as the Lord Solar on his big old base, because he hasn't... I don't think I've played him properly in events since it was me and Richie in the Yarrick X Gaz double up, which was over an edition ago. So yeah, it'd be good to bring him out into the sunshine.
Absolutely, mate. No, it will be good to see for sure. I mean, otherwise, in terms of like 40k stuff, I'll tell you what, it's really interesting at the moment on the 40k front because it feels like, 40k at the moment feels quite stagnant at the moment, which is super interesting because I never imagined that it would get like this. But it does feel like, strangely, with all the excitement around AOS 4, a lot of the great work that's been happening this year on Old World, things that we're seeing going on with smaller gaming systems, so Kill Team, Warpath. Just see
Warcry, I presume.
Warcry, sorry, not Warcry, not Warpath. Warcry. Also, Imperialis. It just feels like at the moment, and Heresy as well. Let's not forget Heresy. It just sort of feels at the moment that 40k has fallen into this interesting, stagnant borough as it essentially just focuses on a more competitive perspective. Like, it just feels like we're just in this situation where competitive 40k is kind of ruling the roost. And as a result, the game at the moment just doesn't necessarily feel like it's evolving in any way that is especially interesting, which is bizarre because there's always been this real like energy around other editions of the game. They've always managed to inject a lot of controversy and a lot of excitement and a lot of flavor through new books. But it feels like at the moment, with like the releases that they've had, it all seems relatively mid. So Tau came out this weekend, Phil. Did you even know this?
Well, I was going to say, one of the issues it feels like is the Codex releases are quite slow. And I was like, yeah, well, Tau's been released, but surely as it's the limited edition box set. Are you saying the actual Tau Codex is out for pre-order?
No, it's just the box set is out. So you could, if you wanted to. And by the way, as well, I went to in Toyman for a tournament last Saturday. So at the time of recording, that's Saturday the 28th, maybe? What the heck was that? Saturday the 30th. Apologies. So I went to a tournament in Toyman. And what was mad, Phil, they must have had 30 boxes of that crew set on display. And it feels like they're available everywhere. Like, it feels like Games Workshop sort of sold these independent stockists a bit of a dud with that one, because it seems like they're everywhere.
I'm sort of not surprised. I am a bit disappointed if that is the case, because I love the idea of a crew army. I've been very vocal about that. I think they're cool. They're a really great concept. But I think for the average Tau player, they don't want anything to do with them. Tau players love big robots and guns, right? If we're being really stereotypical here. They don't like the nuance of these nitty gritty green carnivores. So I can imagine that's why it probably wouldn't sell, because they don't fit in with the rest of the army. Now, there obviously are going to be more, let's say, nuanced Tau players out there who like the whole gamut of the range of the faction, and they want the Tau and they want the Vespids in there as well. Good on you. You're kind of playing it correctly. And I think it might take a while for Tau players to actually adopt this effectively whole new sort of sub-faction. If you've been someone that just has loads of broadsides and riptides because they're the cool looking big monsters. And it obviously is a different painting challenge as well from just painting armor the whole time. So I can sort of see why it might not be as popular. I mean, potentially they just made too many and it's just, been oversold, and not that it's not popular. Could be that it's as popular as every other Tau army has been.
I heard that the GW telesales team reached out to a lot of stockists and essentially said, hey, good news. We've got actually a little extra stock of this incredibly popular box. Oh, it's doing well. You need to buy more stock. We've got some more stock. Basically, it seems like they kind of hoodwinked some of the retail into buying excessive quantities of it.
Part of me, I think, is potentially the problem is before this has even come out, they've kind of already gone on and previewed the next army. They're kind of always going on about the release that's not even the next release, but like a couple of releases down the line. Because it's like we've seen some previews for Orcs, we've seen some previews for Custodes, and I guess they're the next two codexes to come out.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, I know Orcs and Custodies are in the mix because they've revealed miniatures for them. I couldn't tell you what the situation is in terms of when they might come through, but yeah. So I guess between now and June, I guess they're going to have to do those 3 books. Maybe between now and May would probably be more realistic, I guess. So maybe by the end of April, we'll have all 3 of those books. So that could be exciting. Hopefully they do something really interesting with Orcs and Custodies. Lord only knows what that will be. I still want to see, in the case of Custodies, I'd love to see greater synergies between Custodies and Sisters. I think that would be really cool. But I'm really intrigued because it feels like Games Workshop, when it comes to Custodies, we're always in a strange place because they're a very popular faction, because they're very good and they've been consistently good, but they're also very affordable, which I feel like is something that Games Workshop really want to push back against. So it wouldn't shock me, and I know this will terrify you to hear me say this, Phil, but it wouldn't shock me if new Custodies started to become cheaper in terms of their points cost on the tabletop. Needed to. I know. It's ridiculous. But yeah, maybe you need to pack in like a third more of them or something.
Then they're not very elite, are they?
Yeah, but like Space Marines are supposed to be elite. You can take them in armies of hundreds now. So it's like, you know.
True. Yeah, it's I think 40k is in an interesting state overall. I feel like the codex release is very slow, much slower than previous years, and maybe it's just not kicking up as much fuss because the codexes are much more balanced. Because I think the last edition, it was the first few codexes were fine, and then they were just all completely wild and broken, and everyone made up a big stink about them, and that in a way generated the sort of the hype or the drama around all the releases. And it, yeah, as you say, it doesn't feel like we're having any of that this time around.
Yeah, because like Dark Angels were all right, but they were a couple of key components that ultimately amplified your existing Space Marine army. Mechanicus are bad. Like Mechanicus, they just wrote rules that are pretty underwhelming for most people. I think you can still win with Mechanicus, and people have, but they're pretty underwhelming. Who else they done? Nids. I mean, again, Nids seem like they've got lots of tools, but nothing about it really stands out. And same thing with Marines, lots of really good tools, but nothing especially stands out. And then, yeah, that pretty much brings us up to today. And now we're looking at essentially the release of the Tau Codex. The Tau Codex was out this weekend. I was at a competitive event with people who had picked up the Tau Codex, and no one was going around going, "Oh my God, have you seen this?" or "Oh wow, this incredible combo." I remember 2 years ago when the Tau Codex of 9th edition was doing the rounds. My God, people were losing their minds. It was like crazy.
Yes, yeah. Well, they did the mad like railgun rules, didn't they?
Yes, yeah, where it did mortal wounds on top of everything else, and it was utterly crazy. And that's the thing. I don't know. Like maybe there's a logic to that. Maybe the way that 9th edition promoted itself and generated excitement by basically going, "Look, everyone, this is going to be broken," really kind of excited people in a way that led to positive results and an overall kind of excitement. Because, I mean, that's the thing. I've not really felt that same energy for a codex release in 10th yet. Like, the Elder rules in 9th edition created a lot of debate and a lot of mixed emotions. The Tau army definitely did the same. And there were many other examples that really created a lot of hype and excitement. So, yeah, it's interesting. I just find at the moment with, like, 10th, though, it's like, unless you're super invested in what's going on in the competitive scene, it's very difficult to kind of get particularly invested in the situation at the moment. I feel like with 10th, it really has gone so far down that road that it really is the kind of main event of the product. And again, saying that as someone who watches competitive live streams, saying as that someone who plays competitive games, you know, I am still interested in that, but it is, I think, a bizarre situation. The game definitely feels strange at the moment, I'd say. Or in a strange spot.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing that they've really been releasing for 40k has been the Crusades, like the narrative books. So,
That's true.
I've been reading the Leviathan one because obviously I didn't get the box set version of the core rule book, so the Leviathan campaign stuff was all separate. So I'm reading the narrative of that at the moment, and I'm most of the way there. I just haven't had time last week or so to pick it up and finish it. And then obviously there's the Prior Nexus one to read through as well. So I am sort of interested to see those aspects of the story and see the direction that they're going in with them so far. I think there's been some interesting bits with the Leviathan one, and then there's been some odd bits in it so far. But I do want to get it finished and see where it leads us. I think will be quite interesting. So, but I guess, gameplay wise, you've got those elements, if you're not doing tournament stuff. But I guess it sort of feels like if you are just doing casual games, you basically have a Leviathan deck, which I guess we're almost coming up to a year of having that. You don't have anything else. Because it used to be you'd have Eternal War missions, and then you had the Maelstrom deck on top when in 8th edition you had the Maelstrom deck. And then, and then now you've got the Crusade stuff, but that's kind of it. And Crusade's getting support. Generic casual 40k hasn't really had any more support, unless, of course, you collect White Dwarf, because you get a monthly mission in that, which, I think is probably value for money if you're playing loads and you want to play some different kind of missions.
I mean, I hope so. I hope people are engaging in that kind of stuff, but certainly in my local scene, when it comes to the 40k stuff, it's very just the reps of people playing Leviathan and getting those games in. And I don't want to be down on 40k. I'm not down on 40k. I've been playing a bunch of it. I've really enjoyed playing it at the club. I've really enjoyed playing it this weekend. I've got no issue with it. It's just a very weird place for the game to be, because we're certainly finding now, when it comes to like talking about this on a regular basis, go back a year, we had no shortage of topics and things going on in 40k to talk about. There was always stuff going on, and it was, exciting and interesting, a mixture of different vibes, I suppose. But ultimately, like, there was lots going on with it where it's like, I don't know, the last few months, weeks at least, just feels very stagnant. And me and Phil often find ourselves having those conversations where we're like, so what are we going to talk about 40k wise this week? And it's like, well, there's not really much going on with it, is there? It's like, not really.
Well, I do want, you mentioned something at the beginning, and I think you've kind of not found the answer, but it definitely contributes. The fact that there is the old world, there is Legions Imperialis, there is Horus Heresy. They're all doing really well. And I think actually a lot of content creators have like pivoted into those systems to focus on them more than just and obviously there's AOS 4 coming as well, right? So all really big releases. Basically since January, I mean, you could argue December, right? You've had Legions Imperialis, because that came out very late last year. You've had the Old World. So that's 2 brand new systems in the last few months. Then AOS 4's coming out in a few months. And then Horus Heresy's had 2 campaign books relatively recently. So, there's a lot of stuff happening in the other systems. And, potentially that's why it feels like nothing's really happening with 40k in comparison, especially when the sort of release rate of the codexes is coming out quite slowly. And I don't know if that's very deliberate on their part due to trying to manage production issues around like model stock, because obviously they had historically had issues with that, or is it they're doing it at a slower rate so they can sort of playtest the codexes a bit better? I don't know. But it definitely feels like out of all the systems, with the exception of probably Battles for Middle-earth, it's, almost the least interesting one at the moment. in terms of what the buzz, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's, as I say, a really interesting spot at the moment. And I don't think it's, I don't know, to say it's least interesting, I'm not sure is totally fair, but it just feels like it's, yeah, it's just it's just in a
just in terms of online chatter, I mean.
Yeah, it's an interesting place. I was talking about this with I talk about it with you a lot, but I also talked about it with Joe, and he was saying as well, doing what he's doing and having to kind of come up with those sort of regular topics to talk about and engage with. I mean, obviously on his side of things, he just does regular gaming streams and all that sort of stuff. So much more it's about playing the game and talking about it in that way. But yeah, they do their Liam and Joe show over there. And it was very much a case of like, oh, what we, he called me up on his way into the studio, and he was like, Dan, I need to think of something to talk about for Warhammer 40,000. Help me. And I was like, I was having the same mental block, mate. Like, it's tough, isn't it? It's like, what do we focus on? And it's like, yeah, I don't know. We'll probably just talk about AOS. And I was like, yeah, me and Phil will probably do the same. And then,
fair enough. In a way, you could say maybe Games Workshop has done what they wanted to achieve. They've streamlined, they've simplified the game. So there isn't a lot of things to talk about in terms of the kind of game mechanics where there were either issues or there were abuses in the rules, or real complexity around, combos, faction specific rules, things like that. It's like, maybe it's just a lot more, I guess, standardized potentially, and therefore makes content creators have less stuff to talk about.
Do they never think about the little guy, eh? Come on, they've just they've robbed us there. Rick Priestley did a bunch of interesting interviews recently, didn't he?
Yes.
He did one in a magazine about the old world, which I thought was super interesting. Did you stumble across that?
Oh, no, I didn't. Where was that?
Oh, God, now you're going to ask me to try and remember. So I was talking to Pete, who is the owner of Entoyment, on Saturday, and he told me about it, and he showed me the article, and it looked. I read a bit of it, seemed really compelling, but now I have no memory of what the magazine was. It probably was.
Was it War Games Illustrated? Because that's
not that one. A different, or maybe it was that one.
Because that's the big independent wargaming magazine, and they often do some really interesting freebies in their magazine, which I think there is this month. So you could have been in there.
Here we go. War Games Illustrated, 34 February. Maybe it's the next issue. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that the one that's probably most prevalent is the one that he gave on the topic of creating Warhammer 40,000 and all of that stuff. And that was super interesting, wasn't it? Just him kind of talking through his process.
Yeah, so I think that was Film Deg Miniatures, I want to say. The guy, I can't remember his actual name, but he lives up in Nottingham, pally friends with John Blanche, so has managed to do an interview with him, done an interview with the Perry twins, I believe, done loads of basically all the old school, game designers and miniature designers. He's interviewed a load of them. They're all really interesting and definitely were worth checking out. And yeah, Rick did one recently talking about effectively the history of his involvement in Warhammer 40k through the ages. He's also done one previously, I think maybe 6 months ago, with Jordan Sorcery, which talked, I think, about fantasy and 40k, which is similar. But yeah, there was definitely some nuggets of information in those old interviews. One I remember actually, it was a different interview, I think, from maybe a couple of years ago, where he talked about writers' credits and artist credits in the the rule books. And he was actually very adamant that people shouldn't get credited, which I thought was very interesting, because most people assume that the artists and writers do want credit. And I think potentially his argument was the reason why is it's a lot hard. It's easier to have like a top name credit. You know, Rick Priestley wrote Warhammer 40k first and second edition, for example, but realistically, loads of other people were involved. It's like, yes, he might have written it, but other people play tested it. Other people might have contributed rules to it. It's often a team effort, I think, is the way he sees it. And he's also he thinks people shouldn't have egos about it. So it's like, they're there to do a job, you know. You don't get credits for lots of other stuff in the world.
No, it's fair. I think though people invested in a collective creative process probably should be credited for their work. I think, don't get me wrong, the world isn't created equally, and ultimately, it is a shame that, you know, Games Workshop on the whole don't credit people for their work, but that's kind of part of the agreement, I suppose. So you kind of take it for what it is, but at the same time, I think people probably, preferentially speaking, would probably like to be credited, I suppose, if they want to. But then it's an interesting perspective because maybe some people don't, on the basis that it can lead in some rare instances to harassment or that kind of thing. I know, obviously, again, we kind of talked about this when we were doing the 5th edition retrospective, which was the infamous instances with Matt Ward becoming like, you know, a target of, many a gamer's frustration because of the kind of rules that were being created and penned apparently by, you know, majoritively Matt Ward during the process of 5th edition. And I think, that's definitely where it can take a turn. But I don't know. I'm never really sure where I stand on this whole conversation. Generally speaking, I feel like the correct default stance is that people get credited for their work, unless they specifically don't want to be credited, in which case they should have the option to opt out. But I think it's better to start from a position of crediting than to start from a position of not crediting, I suppose, would be my stance on it.
I'm kind of in that general direction as well, to be honest. But I think it's a very biased opinion where people only really care about the writers and artists because they're the most visible things, and they're the people. Let's be honest, the rock stars of the Warhammer world. Like, people know about John Blanche and Jez, people like that. No one cares about who did the layout for the book. And one of the things that Rick
but that should really be credited as well. That should be credited as well.
And Rick talked about that in terms of the Rogue Trader layout. He was like, this one person was really influential in doing all the layout and all the sort of design of the book, which ultimately gave it its sort of the look and feel and its of the setting, in a way, from their influence in just the sort of the layout and the stuff that went into that. So I guess, I think his point was you can't just credit the artists and writers. You kind of need to credit everyone. But then, you know, how many pages worth of credits could you end up potentially having, especially now? And then obviously there's people that didn't necessarily go into the book, but they go into the company. You know, are we going to credit the entire legal team and literally every member of staff that works into Games Workshop? Because they've all had, maybe not firsthand, but they have all contributed to the production of these books. So, you know, you could go down that rabbit hole, but I think people just want to follow the writers and the artists because they're the things they visually see and could relate to. You know, they want to find out more about that one person. They want to go, oh, this person wrote these rules. What other rules did they write? Because I like their style of rules writing, let's say, or law or art style. So yeah, I think that's an interesting topic, and as you say, we've gone round it a few times before.
I think, to my reckoning, I think you should credit the writing team. I think you should credit the graphics art team. I think anyone involved in the production of it, anyone involved in the kind of building of it, I think you should credit the localization people and the work that goes into localizing it.
What about people that painted the models that appear in the book, and the people that designed the models that appeared in the book, the scenery?
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. It's a really good point. I think you're absolutely right. At that point, then you're starting to get into the abstractions, aren't you? Because then all of a sudden it's like the people who painted it. I mean, a lot of the time the people who painted stuff that isn't Warhammer Studio do get credited in their books. So that often happens because, where like someone submits there was something that was quite common in the 8th edition books, or maybe the 9th edition books. I can't remember now which one it was, but they always had this is Duncan's da-da-da army.
So that was like these little profile pieces, right? Where almost like a case study. So they had the person's army, they had a photo of them, and they talked about it. But I think that was them trying to bring in the hobby aspects to it, not necessarily just credit someone. It was trying to make it more relatable. On a similar note, there was something that happened recently. I saw, so there's a new White Dwarf painting for the White Dwarf 500th issue cover. So it's a new image of the White Dwarf. And I saw on Facebook, funnily enough, on one of the groups, basically the artist, they were saying what was unique about this is normally it's digital art, Games Workshop owns all the rights. Basically, the artist wanted to do it as an oil painting, which obviously Games Workshop doesn't normally do anymore. So they allowed him to do it in oil paintings, and also allowed him to keep the painting and also sell it as well. So I think it was going to go up on auction, and then basically a private bidder came in and bought it off him already before we've even sort of necessarily seen the image. But there is a picture of him with the painting, and I think on the Games Workshop website they've already teased the 500th issue of White Dwarf, which features that. And they were saying it's much more common in Magic the Gathering, where artists paint the art, they own it, versus the corporation owning the art, but obviously they own the right to use it. And, you see people like Mark Gibbons or a lot of the other old style artists, even people like John Blanche, own a lot of that art from back in the day and sell it on if and when they want to. Whereas I guess nowadays it's a lot more different when it's all digital art. I guess Games Workshop just owns it, right?
I guess so. I mean, again, that kind of ownership piece around the IP and art creation, I guess it really just comes down to individual contracts with individual artists and the nature of that relationship and the nature of the commission. So I guess, as always with these things, it's probably going to be very unique to the different individuals and their different kind of wants and needs. But amazing that someone got in there and picked that up so soon. I mean, not amazing. I mean, obviously it's just a demonstration of, the differences of, different people, wealth and or the desire to acquire these kind of things. I myself am a very fond fan of artwork. I mean, I would love the opportunity to acquire an original piece by a Games Workshop affiliated artist. Even like a tiny little sketch or something would be an awesome thing to have and to own. But at the end of the day, I'm probably not able to compete in those kind of price ranges. But I think it's interesting. I mean, it's cool that they commissioned an original piece for the 500th issue. What are they on right now? Are they on like $4.98 or something then? Or where are they up to?
It's got to be 1 or 2 issues away. I think it must be very close to the fact that they're.
Oh yeah, no, issue 499 just came out. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So one more to go.
One more to go, and we're going to get and here is the cover with the dwarf. It's got a little ode to lots of other dwarfs in it, or rather one Cadron Overlord and one Fireslayer.
Yes, yeah, it's got the AOS dwarves in it.
Lovely. That I mean, it's a beautiful piece to its credit. I mean, it looks really cool.
Mm.
I mean, it's not to my I wouldn't have bought it, but it's fine. It's like, it's not. I wouldn't consider it like a, the iconic kind of artwork that I would probably, if I could buy any original painted image of a White Dwarf cover, I'd love to get the old Red Gobbo artwork they did for the for one of the old White Dwarf issues, where it was the goblin with the Christmas goblin on the front of an issue. Hang on, I'll see if I can find. Sorry, I'm wrestling with cables here. Red Gobbo White Dwarf covers.
So is this like a really old one?
Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah. Hang on, Goblin. White Dwarf cover. There it is. Oh, it's not actually the Red Gobbo. It's the Black Goblin, issue 229. Issue 229. That's the one I'd want. That there is a beauty.
I'm trying to think which one I would have. The only two that can spring to mind, I think, were my first couple of issues were I presume, second edition Craft Worlds Codex cover, which I think was Mark Gibbons. It's like sort of side profile of.
That's weirdly not a Mark Gibbons piece, I don't think.
Because normally I don't know. He doesn't normally do black and white. He normally does black and white stuff, so I don't know if it would have been one of his. But yeah, that's a really nice piece. And then the other one is the Space Marine cover, which was as in Epic Space Marine, and it's got the Al Pacino head doing the shooting pose. Because I think was the first issue that I ever picked up. And I really like that artwork as well. So, I mean, off the top of my head, it would be those two. I'm sure there's others out there, which is, really interesting that I'd quite like to get hold of as well.
Well, it's like a rare instance from the 90s late 90s onwards that Games Workshop commissioned original cover pieces. And that's why the Black Goblin one really stuck out to me. There's very few instances when you go through White Dwarf covers where they've done original art for the White Dwarf issue. In fact, in retrospect, I think it's probably only happened, certainly in the modern era, a handful of times. I think it's very super rare that that they do something original on the cover of White Dwarf. Most of the time, it's reusing codex covers or doing model photography. So in many respects, maybe this new White Dwarf image is quite unique in the sense that it's one of the few, because I think they've done White Dwarf images in the past, right? So they did. I feel like the Space Marine White Dwarf was an issue cover years ago.
Yeah, that was, which was relatively recently, I would say, in terms of the grand scheme of things. And obviously they did the commemorative model to go with it. So, yeah, that one would have specifically been for White Dwarf.
Yeah, just looking through a bunch of covers here. I've just found, so 40 years of White Dwarf. That was May 2017, mate.
Oh, God, showing my age.
Exactly. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, obviously you go far enough back where, illustrating, creating original pieces for magazine covers wasn't that rare of an occurrence. But otherwise, it's quite uncommon in the modern context. But anyway, so I'd love to get my hands on something like that. But fair play to the person who's done it. I'm still waiting for Abaddon to get released by Weta Workshops.
Oh, yeah, that does look pretty good from what they've previewed.
Would you not be interested in the Space Marine Lieutenant, what's his face from that game?
Titus?
Titus,
What
that's his
I
name,
say?
yes.
No. I mean, kind of cool. I'm not a big sort of, let's say, trinket person, like little statues and stuff. I mean, sometimes I just don't have the room for it anywhere. I'm sort of at capacity. I've got my little Sharp miniature, which and the head of Sharp as well. I've still got them floating around in the shed. That's about it for little statuettes and stuff. I don't really have any room. I'm at premium for painting and modelling stuff, so that's the stuff I have to prioritise nowadays. Until I get a bigger shed.
I saw a bunch of people doing unboxing videos of old Lieutenant Titus, and it looked dead impressive. It just, again, it's that thing where it's like, to me, like, the character's cool and stuff, whatever, but it is still just a Space Marine, Ultramarine, Space Marine, Captain, stroke, Lieutenant. It's hard to, I don't know, like, to me, if you're asking for me to, find 1,399 Australian dollars, it's got to be a character with a bit more weight to him than Titus.
But I guess if you came into Warhammer from that game, and that game's over like 10 plus years old, right? I can imagine that is the sort of the legacy of that character, that people will be willing to pay for it. But obviously we were in the hobby before that game, so it doesn't have quite the same hit for us.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think definitely, if obviously, if that held more cultural significance to me, I would definitely want to purchase it more than I do currently, which is basically not at all. But that's very much where I sort of see myself with the Abaddon figure. It's weird because, like, Abaddon isn't really, like, I've never really aspired to do Chaos Space Marines in any meaningful way. But I massively respect, like, Abaddon is quintessential Warhammer 40,000 as far as I'm concerned. He transcends all of the generations of it. He's always been the big bad. I remember when I got into Warhammer 40,000, my friend collected Chaos Space Marines. I was doing Elder, and we always used to love playing games where we got his Abaddon and my avatar, and we would always do like a contest of champions on the battlefield with a few other things scattered around, but it always came down to who won the conflict between Abaddon and the Avatar. It was a beautiful thing.
Interesting. I was going to say, who is the oldest sort of bad guy in 40k? Because I would have said Gaz, because his miniature, I guess, was maybe second edition. Yeah, second edition. And was Abaddon,
I would argue. Oh, sorry.
Was Abaddon sticking around in second edition, or did he come later?
No, yes, Abaddon came in second edition. And also I would argue that Gazcol isn't bad or a bad guy. He's just misunderstood.
No, he's a bad guy.
No, I think he's just misunderstood. I think Gaz just loves to fight.
That is what makes him bad.
Well, fair, I suppose. It's just in his nature.
Yeah, sorry, I mean bad as in just non-Imperium is the worldview that I have. Yes.
That's a dangerous perspective.
Exactly. The Imperium of the good guys, obviously, and anyone else is the bad guys, and I refuse to believe anything else.
That's fair. I think, there's a question. I couldn't say for certain. I mean, Abaddon is the quintessential bad guy. He's been the quintessential bad guy since the creation of his miniature and rules. I'm not. Did he come from Rogue Trader?
He did, but he was a conversion in Rogue Trader where he appeared in, I think, the Here We Go. I don't want to say Codex because it's like Compendium, I guess, which I believe was second edition, because they did a bunch. I think they did like 3 Orc books, and in one of them, Gaz appears, but he's a regular war boss that's been converted. And then in the second edition, he got the kind of classic mini with the backpack, which is to me iconic. So he could, technically being around in Rogue Trader would make him one of the earlier ones, because it feels like the lore of the characters weren't particularly, they weren't around or as well constructed as they currently are.
Yeah, I'd probably. Yeah, I feel like Abaddon's probably been a pretty consistent fawn for a pretty consistent amount of time. But I don't know for sure. It's a very difficult thing to quantify.
Yeah,
Again,
because
we could look
weirdly,
at,
I would say other big bads aren't necessarily characters, but in my mind, models, right? So the Carnifex, the original Screamer Killer Carnifex, going back to, again, 2nd edition, big bad. Avatar of Cain, big bad for
big
Elder.
big bad.
Basically, big scary models. Yeah, and then obviously, I would say Orcs, Gaz. Yeah, don't know what else we would have. Obviously, Necrons didn't really have a. Obviously, you had maybe a couple of characters, but nothing that particularly stood out.
Right, like in 2nd edition, Necrons had a Necron Lord, a Necron Warrior, and Scarabs. Oh, and Destroyers, to be fair.
Yes, the sort of weird bike versions of them almost. Skimmers.
Yeah. Not a Tomb Blade, but yeah, something else. But yeah, it's wild. And then I suppose the only other one you could make an argument for, well, I say it's a pretty comprehensive argument, would be the greater demons of Chaos.
Oh, yeah, no, that's true.
So those four were pretty, iconic villains back in the day. But yeah, I mean, you never really, because you had the Orcs, they were kind of quintessential bad guys. Nids, Chaos, Elder kind of walked the tightrope.
I thought of another one. The Brood Lord on the chair for Gene Stealer Cult.
The old GSC Brood Lord on chair. Yeah. He was great. He was a great little mini. He was funny, that guy. I liked his kind of rotund, big old belly, sat down with his little geezer next to him.
Exactly. Yeah. Great minis.
He's very Jabba the Hutt inspired, it's fair to say.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess I never thought about it like that, but yeah, quite likely. Yeah, it's interesting because obviously I was like, oh, these are the iconic minis from when I was growing up that featured. Obviously, I don't think I played against any of them. Maybe Gaz on the tabletop. Definitely the Avatar of Cain, I think, but mostly it's just from, weirdly White Dwarfs and codexes in terms of just flicking through the magazine and sort of just looking at pictures and going, look at this cool thing that appears and constantly reappears, or they've had articles written about them and stuff like that.
Yeah, I regularly played against Abaddon. I regularly played against Gazcol, and I always fielded an Avatar. That was always the way of the game back then. It was always, hey, here's my Avatar, and then there's some other big bad that we had to clash with. The Avatar was terribly pointed, and anyway, this was going to go off on a tangent here. He was the most expensive one and wasn't really as good, and it really didn't make any sense. I always thought it was a typo because he was down as 300 points in his codex, and it was like, all right, I guess that's what he is. Yeah, he was over pointed, it's fair to say. Anyway, I reckon that'll probably do, Phil. Episode 177 in the books. You happy with that?
Very much so.
Magical times. Well, thank you, everybody. You've always been a delight. Hopefully, you'll join us next time where we'll talk about probably Custodes, probably Orcs, definitely RFW4. Mm-hmm. Who knows what else in between. But it's always enjoyable. Thanks so much for your time. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
don't you love me?
The truth is that I love somebody else.
You do?